Good Saturday morning, everybody. It is Atlanta United 2. It is Atlanta United Academy Soccer here on the network at atlutd.com/live. Thanks for dropping by this morning. John Nelson here, Jared Smith over there. And we got two matches for you here in the Pro Player Pathway, starting off with the U-18s, Atlanta United and Orlando City. Morning, Jared.
Morning, John. Really nice morning. You know what? I think we finally cleared whatever last summer we were. It's starting to feel like a good fall morning. Sun's rising over the trees. Going to bake a little bit as things get going, but players are getting loose. They've broken the huddle. Pictures being taken on the Orlando side of things. Meanwhile, Atlanta's starting to take the field.
Activity today sponsored by our friends at Children's Healthcare of Atlanta. And why don't we just go ahead and, that way you don't have to do a big segue. Go ahead and do the first read of the day.
Well, today's match is presented by Children's Healthcare of Atlanta, the official sports medicine provider for Atlanta United Academy. They're Georgia's only nationally ranked program specifically designed for teen athletes. Go to CHOA.org/teens to learn more.
What he said. Once again, thanks to our friends at Children's Healthcare of Atlanta for being sponsors here for the U-18 match that'll start things off and the U-16 match that'll be on somewhere around 11 o'clock Eastern time. Thanks for hanging out with us early on your Saturday morning. Orlando City and their road whites, they're going to be going from left to right as you picture the match in your mind's eye. And Atlanta United, they are going to be in their dress blacks here on field number 3 as they rock and roll. So, Jarrett, go ahead and let everybody know what the starting lineup is for the home side before we get into the visitors this morning.
Well, taking a look at Atlanta United's U-18 Academy, it's Jonathan Ransom between the pipes. Dominic Chonqui on the left back, Caden Moore, Elon Ettinger, and Io Akintobi finish out the back line. Cooper Sanchez, Julian Bretos making up the holding block in the midfield with Ashton Gordon, Santi Pita in the middle, and Stephen Herlock on the attacking side. And the point of the spear this morning, John Nelson, this is Isaiah Cinetti.
For Orlando City, once again, they're in their road whites. It's going to be a 4-2-3-1 in net Juan Rojas. You might remember him from MLS All-Star Weekend for being between the sticks. The 4 at the back, left to right, Omar Rabana, Clovis Archange, Jackson Platson, Pedro Cruz. 2 in front of them, Parker Amumensa and Dylan Judelson. 3 ahead of them, Diego Colon, Jake Bassinet, and Gustavo Caraballo. And the point of the spear this morning, wearing number 9, is Justin Ellis. Once again, thanks for hanging out with us here at atlutd.com/live. The first match of 2 here. Last week when we were here at the Children's Healthcare of Atlanta training ground, it was a dominant effort by Atlanta United in the U-18 match, beating NYCFC's U-18s by the score of 4-0, 2-2 between the U-16s in the second match of the day.
See how both teams handle the early moments here. It's one of those early kickoffs. You just got to want to get loose. You don't want to make a mistake early, and you don't want to overextend yourself. Just kind of find your rhythm as the morning goes along.
Atlanta United working their way from right to left.
Good ball down the left-hand side.
Shepherded out by Juan Rojas. So it will end up being a goal kick for Orlando City.
So it's Stephen Herlock on the left-hand side. You're going to see Ashton Gordon on the right-hand side. There's no guarantee that they have, like, positional staying power. They might move around a lot. Herlock, though, very physically dominant player there. You saw him getting after Juan Rojas, who was a part of the MLS Next All-Star game.
Ball goes out over the inline, so once again it'll be yet another goal kick for Orlando City here early on.
Rojas featured 25 times for the U-15s. Conceded just 13 goals all season. Kept a clean sheet last year in 7 matches.
Jackson Platts getting everything back underway. Back to Rojas. And I think the early question, you just saw it right there with Juan Rojas here early on a Saturday morning here from the Children's Healthcare of Atlanta training ground.
If Atlanta won the toss, I can completely imagine they chose the side of the field and didn't care about anything else, because Juan Rojas is going to have to stare into the sun for a while.
As you won the toss, sir, what would you like? We'd like the sun at our back, please, for the first 45.
I'd like to make Juan Rojas stare in the sun as much as possible, and then if you're Atlanta, start pulling the trigger. Caden Moore on it. If you're a consistent observer of Atlanta United systems, including the twos, there's a number of names you'll recognize out here. Good ball down the right-hand side. Ashton Gordon. Gordon crossing. Nicely cleared away, but not all the way. Now a shot goes high and wide. Santi Pita is trying to get that one down, get it on frame. But, John, we talk about the sun. We can look to our right and see it.
Yes,
if you can get one on frame, you do it. It's well defended here. It's a good idea with that cross. It's just kind of dipping, looking for Vessinetti in the middle of the box. But that's one of those that you got to be careful about if you're Orlando. You got the initial clearance, but it fell to Atlanta in the midfield, and they're able to pull the trigger. A lot of pressure from Atlanta United.
Jackson Platts wearing the captain's armband this morning. Pedro Cruz trying to navigate traffic, could not. Cooper Sanchez with it for Atlanta United, and they'll reset.
Talk about the names you've seen, names you might recognize if you watched Atlanta United too, or if you've watched the academy teams. Caden Moore, one of those, and just very physically imposing young center back. Obviously, Dominic Chanqui has established himself in the second part of the year as looking like the next in a long line of Atlanta United left backs who are going to be problematic for everybody else. Atlanta United draws a foul.
Jake Bassinet with the bump and the whistle. Back to John O'Ransom, and Atlanta United once again dialing it up here late in the 4th minute.
Playing fetch there with Ashton Gordon. Gordon trying to get to it, and a little bit dicey there.
Omar Rabana was there as the last line of defense before it got to Juan Rojas. Rabana got there, sent it out, so it'll end up being a deep throw for Atlanta United here early in the 5th minute, goalless. Atlanta United's U-18s in Orlando City.
It's a tricky situation there on that ball over the top. It's a good ball, and Ashton Gordon, we've seen him, John, with the academy and with the second team. He's explosive on that first step and explosive over those 20-yard runs like that, where you put the center back and the goalkeeper in kind of a situation of, I got it, you go get it.
The quick Alphonse Gaston reference this morning. I got it, you take it. Here comes Orlando City up the left-hand side. Diego Colon looking inside for Justin Ellis. Surrounded by 4 Atlanta United players, and the home side comes away with it.
Really liked the counter pressure that Atlanta showed, but also really liked the way Orlando was able to pass out of it. They didn't panic. They didn't try and force anything, didn't make any silly mistakes. They were able to find a little bit of space, and that's a heavy touch from Dominic Chanqui.
Pedro Cruz gaining possession for Orlando City. He gets it back to Jackson Platts. Inside center circle, Clovis Archange. Those of you that might have watched Orlando City last time that they were on ATLUTD.com/live, it'd be intriguing to see the continued growth of these players. Turnover, here comes Atlanta United.
You hear the National Geographic music kicking up as Stephen Herlock gets on the run down the left-hand side. Oh, nice square ball. Tries, finds Ashton Gordon. Ashton Gordon at the edge of the 18, tries to shoot, it's deflected, will go right into the arms of Juan Rojas, who will gratefully grab that one.
Ball took a convenient, just had a lot of air underneath it here, early 7th minute. Easy grab for Rojas, and now Rojas, instead of staring directly into the sun, turns to his right, gives to Jackson Platts. Platts goes over to Archange, and here comes Orlando City.
Hey, brother, discretion is the better part of valor in that situation. Just put the ball down at your center back's feet. Live to fight another day.
A little too much for Justin Ellis, who was marked by Caden Moore that time. Here comes Atlanta United once again with John O'Ransom.
It was interesting to see this field is really damp.
Mm-hmm.
It was interesting to see how the ball moves on it, if they're able to deal with the way the ball is going to move. If anybody leaves a pass short or overhits one. So far, so good. Both teams getting a good feel for it, but a lot of them out there kicking around as the sun was coming up over the trees, getting a feel for how this field's going to play.
Check to see what the early rooster tail coefficient's going to be with the water. Good poke forward by Bassinet.
No bodies everywhere. Nice from Orlando.
Early opportunity, bump from behind. Right in the middle was Justin Ellis. Bassinet tries to turn top of the 18. Dominic Chongqui with the clear.
It's good for Akintobi. He goes in for that challenge, doesn't win it, doesn't give up on the situation, gets back and contributes to try and clear things out. And then for DCQ is just get the ball away.
Halfway through the 8th minute, once again here at Atlanta United in U-18s, followed by U-16s here. Pedro Cruz trying to get some lobbying done. Dominic Chongqui with the throw. Here comes Atlanta United in the dress blacks this morning. Cruz and Platts trying to defend.
Really nicely done. Jackson Platts keeps up. Herlock beats him with the first step. That's great recovery from Platts. A sliding tackle. He gets a block on the cross, and it goes off of Herlock. Really nicely done. Take some of the pressure off of Orlando as Atlanta looks determined that if they're going to go long, they got Ashton Gordon on the right-hand side, but they can also play it to the feet of Herlock, and that combination of size and quickness that he has, just a handful to deal with.
Parker Omumensa looking for Jake Bassinet. Bassinet couldn't quite handle after the heavy first touch. Chested down by Orlando City. Here comes Bretos. Bretos looking right to left to DCQ. Cooper Sanchez to Julian Bretos.
Interested to see how that metronome works. We've seen so often through this academy setup and even into the higher levels, and you have those two guys sitting in the middle, they find that chemistry together as Atlanta United Academy goes along once again. Nicely take care of. Rabana's going to have to win those challenges because they're going to keep challenging him. It's not a matter of respect or a lack of respect, but if you got Ashton Gordon down there, you got to play it to him, and you're going to challenge, and all you really need it, John, is for it to work one time.
Ransom finds the target. You see all of the quick efforts by Orlando City trying to win back possession, but it comes through middle of the park for Atlanta United.
Just a slaloming run. Santi Pita. Talk to him.
Santi Pita with the early wake-up call and the contact with Juan Rojas.
Juan Rojas may have gotten clipped in the head when Santi Pita went over top of him.
Yeah,
let's
take another peek.
Now, Santi Pita just decided, I got it. And 1, 2, a little bit of a heavy touch, and then may have been him, may have been one of the Orlando defenders as well. And caught Juan Rojas on the side of the head. Now they're going to come out and take a look at him. I think the referee wants to just get him checked out, make sure there's no head injury.
Yep, physio out for Orlando City.
It's the smart move. It's a safe move here. Just want to make sure he's okay.
Clovis Archange back there as well, gathering the intel.
And it looks like he's making an argument that he's fine. Gets a tap from the physio. And
argument won.
Argument won. We talked about that interchange in the midfield. Cooper Sanchez coming over, talking to the coaching staff during that stoppage of plays to get a drop ball now. But interested to see how Atlanta United's U-18s, John, find that balance with Bretos and Cooper Sanchez protecting the back line but also keeping pressure on this Orlando team, and now a really good ball up to the right-hand side.
Too much on it. Looking for Gustavo Caraballo. Easy grab for Jono Ransom. Halfway through the 12th minute, Caraballo with pressure on Caden Moore and Jonathan Ransom. Ransom just deposits it into the Orlando City bench.
That's a good step from Orlando. He played it short. It comes back to Ransom. He looked for DCQ a minute ago, looked for him there as well to try and start something down. Atlanta United's U-18's attacking left-hand side, but Pedro Cruz did a really good job of recognizing it and getting over there. The pass is a bit high, but even if it's on target, I think Cruz is going to not let DCQ do anything. It's really good to read from him.
Good pressure that time for Atlanta United as Juan Rojas was trying to work the ball up the left-hand side. Results in Yet another throw for Atlanta United here early 13th minute.
Game settling into a little bit more of maybe what you expect as time goes on, as you get out the frenetic energy. You expect Atlanta United's U-18s, because they're at home, to kind of tilt the field in their favor, but they have to be careful in moments like that with a live ball turnover.
Threw ball too much for Justin Ellis.
You want those possessions to end with a ball going out of play, man. You do not really want those live ball turnovers, because you get those opportunities where Orlando can stretch you out.
Robana there playing center field. Won the first ball. Second ball won by Atlanta United, and they're going to work up the right-hand side back to Bretos. They'll regroup at the back. Good
for Akintobi stepping up, being there, knowing that if Gordon's not going to win that first ball, he's got to be there to make sure that there's either pressure on Orlando winning it, or he can win that second ball and keep the pressure up either way.
Bretos looking, finds Dominic Chong-Kui with a lot of room.
Chong-Kui, oh, nice chip ball in.
And cleared at the last. Great opportunity there for Atlanta United. Ettinger gets it just inside his defensive half, about 10 yards.
I love that early ball from DCQ. Don't always have to push it down to the end line and swing it back. Plays that early cross and almost finds Vicinetti's head. Good tackle.
Caraballo there wins it away from Dominic Chong-Kui. Tried to go down the right-hand side to Pedro Cruz, but returning the favor, Atlanta United. A lot of physical play within 5 yards either way of center line. As evidenced right there. Cooper Sanchez looks like he's going to get called for the foul.
Hey, just good clean tackles, man. That's a really fun exchange, John, of just guys going in hard, shoulder to shoulder, hip to hip. You take another look at it, it's just a bunch of car crashes in the middle of the field. But then by the end of it, Gustavo, Caraballo and Cooper Sanchez get up. A little bit of love tap between the two of them. No hard feelings. Just good hard play in the middle, trying to take control, and now Orlando with the chance to establish themselves.
Jackson Platts up the right-hand side. Pedro Cruz not afraid to advance here in the first 13, 14 minutes. Caraballo double teams. Gets it away from the double team back into center circle, and Clovis Archange. Archange over to Platts. Platts looking for Cruz. He will find him a couple of yards shy. Nice inside the 18 shot.
What a save
by Jonathan Ransom, and it's hugging the inline. They finally say that it does go out. Or are we going to say a foul here?
Yeah, I believe I may have called it offside.
There we
Take
go.
a look at that. That's a really good ball down the right-hand side. You saw it developing. Was curious how they'd get that ball into the middle. Really unselfish little flick on. I believe that was Justin Ellis who had the flick on.
Good work there by Orlando City, building up the right-hand side.
Forced Justin Ransom to make a save. Hey, man, sometimes you win, sometimes you lose. Sometimes you get beat right there. That's good work from Orlando City. Atlanta United gets a bit of a scare, but they survive it.
Turnover from distance and just missing the far post. Jonathan Ransom had to go full extension. And they're saying that Jonathan Ransom touched it, or it was deflected on the way to him. Let's take another peek.
Well, it's a bad turnover for Atlanta United's U-18s. And really good from Orlando. They respond to the counter pressure. He gets a look, and one of those where, hey, have a pop. You never know if it's going to be your birthday or not.
So it's going to be an in-swinger with the left. Early chance here for Orlando City. Halfway through the 17th minute. Right arm in the air. In-swinger with the left. Into all the traffic just outside the 6. Trying to win possession. Turnaround shot. It was there for Justin Ellis. Equally there, Jonathan Ransom.
Really nice from Ellis. That ball bounces around a bit, but he turns, and there's no one on him. He's got a path. He just turned, pulling fire. Ransom gets his body behind it nicely, and now Ransom's ball up the right-hand side is to no one in particular. Orlando's going to have it again, and they're starting to tilt the field in their favor. Atlanta United's U-18s got to settle themselves down a bit here, get their foot back on the ball.
Here's all that traffic inside the 6 from the corner.
It's a really good turn. And Bretos is on his back, and he looks like he's going to go right. Bretos goes right. He goes left, and Bretos isn't quick enough turning back to his left. He committed his body the other way. Ellis, able to turn and get the shot away, man.
Big swing by Justin Ellis that time.
Yeah, swing hard in case you hit it.
Foul for Atlanta United here is going to be a free kick opportunity.
Chance for Orlando to drop this ball in a dead spot. You could drop it right on the penalty spot. Make it where Ransom doesn't really want to come out for it. See if you can get something on the doorstep. Or find a head on the back post.
Caraballo's a part of the discussion. His hands in the air. He'll yield. Looking in far post, headed down. That was training ground stuff. One hop, easy grab by the end of it all. As Diego Colon pounded it into the turf. Jonathan Ransom was there for Atlanta United.
That's a good idea. It's good to get that to the back post, see if you can put it back into the mixer. Not to make it sound that primitive, as there was a game plan. It's not like you just put it in the mixer without an idea, but nicely worked from Orlando as they continue to pile on pressure here.
And Clovis Archange will just watch it go over his shoulder on the 9 route. It'll end up being a throw for Orlando City.
Yeah, so take a look at it here. It's that long in-swinging ball. You get it to the back post. You cross it back into the middle. See if you can get all those bodies flooding to that ball. And as they do, if you can get that ball back across the box, counter the way everybody's moving, you get that. You get a shot on goal as Atlanta's got to batten down defensively again.
Ettinger and Bretos, a part of the double team, getting away from it. Orlando City just inside, looking to get it in front of Jonathan Ransom in the goal mouth. Knocked away by the defense for Atlanta United, and they'll clear.
It's good from Caden Moore. Sticks his foot in the way.
All the way back to Rojas. Platts and up the right to Pedro Cruz. Cruz cuts it back to Rabana. Platts once again will start the rotation. Caraballo lost possession, but pressure being dialed up here by Atlanta United. Our change out to his left and Rabana, and they'll go back to Juan Rojas to start it all up again.
Ashton Gordon chasing it. No one really went with him in that situation. It's kind of a solo effort to see what he can make happen. But now you're more organized if you're Atlanta, where if you want to stack on a little bit of pressure, you can. Vessinetti is able to kind of lead that charge right now. Just apply a little bit of pressure if they're going to be slow on the ball, but otherwise midfield kind of dropping back here as Orlando gets back on the front foot.
Amu Mensah found Bassinet. Bassinet to Justin Ellis in the middle. Tried to go with a bit of a back and forth. Chong Kui is there. Takes a big swipe at it, goes center circle to Archange, and Archange back to Jackson Platts, who's going to survey a little bit. Slow things down. Looking for an outlet. He'll find it in Pedro Cruz. Back to Archange. Cruz not afraid to advance, as we've seen here. The first 20 minutes up that right-hand side from his right back position.
Now we see it as well with the way Atlanta plays on that same side of the field, with Dominic Chonqui is going to get forward and be part of the attack, and it's going to be part of that early ball and creating overloads.
Platts looking into the middle of the park. Found Justin Ellis. Closed down quickly. Bassinet on the turn with Amu Mensah. Knocked away again by Atlanta United.
Elon Ettinger getting a foot in there.
Third time on the push forward. Rabana up to Diego Colon. Colon trying to chip toward the penalty spot. Too much with it was there. And here comes Atlanta United again, but ended up going off of the back of Pedro Cruz, trying to win possession once again. Orlando City. Chong Kui, all he can do is clear it right towards center line, and Jackson Platts.
Caraballo, really good pressure there on Chong Kui, not letting him get past him. And Chong Kui wanted to get past him and start running and get something going with Herlock, but wasn't able to do so.
Caraballo in a nice joust with Dominic Chong Kui, gives to Pedro Cruz. Cruz cuts it to the inside, one quick touch. Flag is up, so what happens with Caraballo getting it past Ransom does not count. Offside, Orlando City.
It's a good idea from Orlando City. It's good creativity. You take a look at it. It's a good ball to the middle. A good little 1-2 trying to get forward to Gustavo Caraballo. Caraballo just a little bit quick on the first step.
Platts tries to win possession for Orlando City. Eventually does. Parker Omo-Mensah back to Clovis Archange. Archange looking for an exchange, and he's still trying to direct some traffic to get it.
Feels really tilted from those early minutes. As Atlanta just getting their foot on the ball, I think would help calm them down a little bit, but right now they can't. It's good pressure from Orlando, good counter pressure when they turn it over, not letting Atlanta be comfortable at all.
Rojas, too much for Omar Rabana. Chance here for Atlanta United.
That's why you pressure. You don't always get a turnover when you pressure, but it's kind of like a quarterback hurry if we want to mix our metaphors.
It's early on a Saturday morning, I think.
You don't always get the sack, but you can create the inaccurate pass. And sometimes it's not the first pass that's inaccurate. It's where you start rushing in. It's 2 or 3 passes down the line where it gets inaccurate, and now Atlanta with a chance. Chakwe in to Herlock.
Sanchez looking for Pita. A bit of a back and forth.
Right here, if you like, Herlock isolating. He's got 2 on him. If he can get past him, he gets by 1, but nicely defended from Orlando, and they're going to try and escape out the hatch. A little bit heavy.
Looking for Bassinet. Too much was there. Turning into the 25th minute, goalless here with Atlanta United and Orlando City here in the U-18s.
See where Ransom wants to go. There's going to maybe a bit of miscommunication. I think he was looking for Herlock to make the run. Herlock was coming back from an offside position, not really able to do much with that. Bassinetti not really going to pressure it here. And if they're not going to provide pressure, Atlanta, you see him starting to get a little more compact in that midfield, where that line of 3 midfield attackers kind of drop back, take away that space, make it harder for Orlando to play those quick 1-2s through the midfield. Almost dare them to go over the top, because if you're Atlanta, you like the matchups you have with Ettinger and Moore playing those long balls.
Cologne tried to work the way inside, and you're going to get a foul on Orlando City trying to win the ball away.
Akintobi, good job there. Santi Pita involved in the foul, and this is good. This is just being a good teammate from Akintobi, because there's a foul. Santi Pita's not happy about it, and he gets up, and I think he wants to make something of it. And Akintobi just pulls him back, and it's like, no, this is not the time for that. Let's go. Herlock now on the left-hand side. Herlock's going to try and cross that to the back post. A little too much juice on it. He's looking for Ashton Gordon. Atlanta's going to maintain possession.
Robana found Bassinet, but Bassinet couldn't find another partner to start offense heading back the other way. So Caden Moore gives to Cooper Sanchez, just shy of center line, and here comes Atlanta United again. Pass picked off.
Oof.
Chances there. Bassinet now in pursuit. And Jonathan Ransom. Ransom up into the air. Caraballo was there to help deflect possession away from Atlanta United, working quickly. Pedro Cruz to get it back in play to Jackson Platts here, early 27th minute, no score.
That's good from Pedro Cruz in that moment, too, with Herlock on his back. Just get it off of him. But now you got to watch Pedro Cruz over here. It looks like wind sprints from a distance, but he is chomping at the bit to make that run and daring Herlock to have to drop back and defend him and pin back Herlock and, more importantly, Dominic Chonqui in defense.
Jackson Platts and Pedro Cruz just missing on the connection there, so it ends up with an Atlanta United throw. Platts won it off the second hop, put it towards center circle. Bretos tries to get possession, and he does for Atlanta United up the right-hand side. Akintobi.
Good from Akintobi. Ashton Gordon looking and gets it taken off of him. That's a really good defensive step.
Well done by Rabana there. Diego Colon trying to get out of traffic, finding Bassinet. 1-on-2, 1-on-3. Atlanta United's defense is there. You're going to get a foul on the home side.
That's fine right there. You'll take that foul. You stop a transition opportunity, but it's not so clean of a transition that you're going to pick up a yellow card for your trouble. But you keep Orlando from getting in those transition moments, let you rebuild your defense, let you restructure yourself. Now, Pedro Cruz is almost in our lap compared to the rest of the Orlando setup. Everything's centralized. Cruz is, we can almost reach out and shake his hand.
And you got the same with Diego Colon on the left-hand side as far away as he is, and he's hanging out with everybody who brought breakfast this morning.
And Atlanta's fine with it right now. They're more condensed. Basically, again, we talked about the size that Atlanta has, where you're just kind of like, if you want to go out there and try and cross it in off Caden Moore, be my guest.
Platts finds Cruz. There's the combination we've been looking at. Cruz chased away by Dominic Chongqui. Back to Clovis Archange, center circle. Creeping up the right-hand side in the attack. Platt finds once again Pedro Cruz. Cruz, edge of the 18, pops it up into the air, goes past the far post.
Got to reset.
Colon. He will try to do that. Headed up, out, and away, but not completely out. Outside the D, headed away by Atlanta United. And here comes another rush for Orlando City as it only gets towards center line. Platts one more time. Jackson Platts in pursuit, trying to combine with Justin Ellis. One back by Atlanta United on the quick push.
Stephen Herlock just tried to take on everybody again, just a little bit heavy on that touch. And Clovis Archange, as you talked about, there to clean it up and keep Orlando in possession.
Platts looking for a partner. Tries to go to Caraballo. Ends up out to Pedro Cruz. Cycle starts all over again. Ellis playing deeply right now. He's going to try and chip it up and over the top. Edge of the 18, bounced once and twice, flicked, and defense is there. Nicely done, but the flag ends up ending it all.
Flag comes up, it's a corner. Ball went over the line.
Oh, there you go. Halfway through the 30th minute, chance for Orlando City.
It's a good run. It's a good diagonal run. It's a beautiful ball in. It just takes a little bit too much of a hop. I think it's one of those, if you're Orlando, you're just telling the ball, don't hop as much. Turn up the gravity. Bring the ball down a little bit faster. Need about 1.5 Earth gravity there.
I didn't know we would be discussing force equals mass times acceleration and joules per gram this morning.
Well, you don't want it to bounce that much because you're just kind of waiting for it, and while you're waiting for it, you gotta chip it back to yourself, or gotta pop it back to yourself over your shoulder.
In swinger with the left, headed down once and twice, cleared away by Herlock, but Orlando City once again in possession for the reset and Pedro Cruz.
Got a step to him.
He'll launch, but it's right at John O'Ransom. No fear from about 24 from Pedro Cruz, but it was a clean line of sight and an easy save.
He's able to get his body behind it. You still don't want to give Cruz that look necessarily if you're Atlanta United. Oh, nice turn. And the grab, and really nice there from Julian Bretos. We're taking a look at this shot. Gets a little bit of space, and he's able to get it away.
Jonathan Ransom sends it into the Orlando City bench one more time here, early 32nd minute.
Been a little bit off trying to hit that long ball to the left-hand side, looking for Chongqui or for Herlock. As Cooper Sanchez are cleaning this up. Now we got a foul. Caden Moore is whistled.
And it looks like it was Caden Moore and Justin Ellis on the joust. Caraballo thought about getting the early jump start on it.
Well, Herlock stands over the ball, too. That kind of just limits what you can do with it, which is what you should do in that situation. It's good from Herlock. Stand over the ball. Don't let them take that quickly, even though you have Gustavo Caraballo making that run. If he wants to take it down the line, he doesn't. Instead, they'll set this up.
Looking toward the penalty spot, headed up and away by Atlanta United, but once again playing center field, Parker Amu-Mensah.
Oh, nicely done. Ashton Gordon now down the right-hand side. Orlando's getting back if he wants to go for this. He does. Ashton Gordon down to the line, tries to chip it back to the middle. Nobody there.
Orlando City wants a handball here, recycled. Platts heads it out and away, and Orlando City tries to clear. Bretos is there for the chaos. He intercepts it away from Rabana.
Atlanta not done here. It's Caden Moore. Over to Chongqui on the left-hand side. He's got bodies crashing. If he wants it, nice touch. Chongqui eliminates one. Trying to cross it back. Nicely handled at the edge of the box. The edge of the six, excuse me. Cooper Sanchez, good counter pressure. Sanchez. And he'll commit the foul. Good defensive work from Justin Ellis coming back from the striker position. We take another look at Ashton Gordon down the right-hand side. Gordon going to take it to the end line. Just kind of tries to throw the lob to the front post, it looks like.
And our change was there for the intercept to head it away from the edge of the six.
Well, it's like 2-on-6 there for Atlanta. I was wondering if Gordon's going to pull it back, and he doesn't. We take another look at here at Chongqui.
The swim move over Caraballo to start things.
Mm-hmm.
Popped up into the air, nicely done by Orlando City. Now up the
good
left-hand side, Diego Colon will track it down. Colon, edge of the 18, extended.
Atlanta's got to get organized.
Deflected once, and it was poked by Parker Amu-Mensah looking toward the edge of the six, but it ends up being an easy grab by it all by Jonathan Ransom.
The pass leaves a little bit to be desired. There's kind of in between two ideas, a little bit too far out in front. Cade Moore in the build-up. He's looking for Santipita, but doesn't connect. Now Orlando gets back in the attack. Jackson Platts. Platts looking for the long ball over the top. Ransom's going to come out and get it.
Jake Bassinet was the intended target. Ransom had the line and closed the distance between himself and the ball and Bassinet, and so it ends up Ransom getting the ball first.
It's good, brave goalkeeping. You'll throw this out to Chongqui. And good defensive work from Caraballo. Take that off Chongqui, and now Orlando with a chance to get going forward again, John.
Judelson into the middle, looking for Justin Ellis. We've seen Ellis deep on the right. We've seen him in the middle. Flag is up on Caraballo there, but we've seen Justin Ellis play deeper roles. We've seen him work his way over to the right-hand side primarily if he's not in the middle, trying to get everything active here early 36th minute. No score between Atlanta United and Orlando City's U-18.
I hope you took the over on Caraballo's offside count today, but it doesn't matter because all he has to do is time it right one time.
Mm-hmm.
And there's nothing wrong with him trying to time it. You'll take that all day because he's going to get it right, and he's going to be in on goal when he does. That's a really good ball from Caden Moore. Akintobi on the right-hand side, charging forward into the fray. Ashton Gordon. Gordon doesn't really have anybody in the middle unless he wants to get creative. He does. Now a shot is pulled wide of the post. That's Nettie.
Not afraid to pull the trigger from, say, 22 or so. Just missed it to the far post. Take another peek.
Yeah, take a look at it. There's nobody in the middle of the box. You know, Orlando's dropping back so much into the box. Vicinetti's able to take that from the top of the 18 and get a clean look on goal. He just can't get it on target. But as Atlanta's charging down that hard, Orlando just kind of dropped back and back and back and back. Wasn't really anybody in the box to defend at that moment. So it opened everything up at the top of the 18. It's a good look from Atlanta United's academy.
Akintobi, a couple of passing partners, and then with the scoop, but tracking it down.
Once again, turn up the gravity there as that ball just kind of hangs in the air like a bad idea.
And Jackson Platts gets it from Rojas, and let's see what Orlando City has in mind here late 37th minute. Goal is from the Children's Health Care of Atlanta training ground. Our change up to Rabana. Pulled back looking for Parker Amumensa. Now there's some space. Once again up the right-hand side, Pedro Cruz. Cruz will settle. Looks to Caraballo. Caraballo edge of the 18. Bit of a shimmy and a shake. Wanted to launch with the left. Popped up into the air by Atlanta United defensively. Once and twice. Cleared away by Atlanta United. Archange is there, and he'll get it to Jackson Platts. He's contested. Gets it back to Archange. He's got Rabana to his left. But he'll just settle things down for the visitors.
Isaiah Vincinetti is trying to do some dirty work up top pressing. He hasn't had much in the way of opportunity on the attacking side, but you still got to do that dirty work, a hold-up play, and trying to pressure center backs. Nice overlap from Orlando.
Cruz into the middle, pinballed in and around and knocked away. It's going to be a corner, or are they going to say it was last touch by Orlando City? Goal kick. Great work once again down the right-hand side by Caraballo and Cruz.
That combination is causing nightmares right now. There's just not another body out there. They got the 2-on-1. They play it perfectly. That goes off Ayo Akintobi, who puts his body in the way, goes off his chest. Don't know if Ransom knows anything about it or if he's going to be able to get to it. So Akintobi very possibly saving a goal in that situation as we got a foul going Atlanta's favor.
Yes, Ashton Gordon got dragged down.
He's fine. He's a kid.
Oh, yeah.
Kids bounce back.
Late 39th minute, no score. Bretos in the middle.
Good. Jonqui over to Herlock, asking Herlock to win a foot race. Herlock in on goal. Herlock's going to shoot. And an arm save. Nicely done by Juan Rojas. Gets that big left paw up, deflects it out for a corner.
Rojas had the angle the entire time, but once again, starting from the build-up here, a lot of space down the left for Atlanta United.
We take another look at it. And might have deflected off the chest and the arm. The whole thing starts, though, with Atlanta. It's a good early ball to Julian Bretos in the middle. Bretos is able to turn, find a bit of space in that gap in the midfield, and then work out to the left-hand side. Then you get that combination between DCQ and Herlock, and then it just becomes a foot race. And Stephen Herlock, as big as he is going to win a lot of those with his speed and with his physicality. Corner in there looking for DCQ. That's going to go out for a goal kick.
Late 40th minute here. 5 minutes plus any discretionary added here in the first 45. Once again, first match of a doubleheader here today at the Children's Healthcare Atlanta Training Ground. U-18s now, U-16s in and around 11 o'clock.
Ish.
We'll see. I think it was like 11:02 last week with NYCFC and the U-16s.
Oh, good counter pressure, Atlanta. Herlock pulls the trigger on a nice save. Juan Rojas getting big, putting his hands out there, keeping it goalless.
Rojas has been tested twice in the last handful of minutes here, has answered the bell each time. So Cruz and Platts up the right, up and over Dominic Chongqui. Chance for the Young Lions.
Things opening up like a bag of Halloween candy right now.
Caraballo into the middle once and twice and looking for Bassinet from Ellis. Too much there, and Jonathan Ransom will grab onto it. Slow things down a little bit here after that rush by Orlando City.
Yeah, Ransom will take that all day. Because Pedro Cruz has dropped off when that ball went all the way back to Ransom. And so he's able to just kind of throw it out there to DCQ and kick things off on the left-hand side if he wants to. He'll take it all day long and twice on Sunday.
Akintobi contested up the right, last touch by Orlando City, and here comes Atlanta United again. Long ball well over the top.
Bit of miscommunication. Look for Vincinetti over the top. He doesn't make the run. Santi Pita who let that ball go. You saw them both look at each other afterward. I thought you were going. Thought you were playing it short.
Good anticipation there by Herlock to keep the pass going to Pedro Cruz up the right-hand side. Still ends up being a throw.
Nice bounce pass.
Ellis into the middle, and Amu Mensah keeping possession over to Omar Rabana. Rabana back to Amu Mensah. Charging inside the 18, and Akintobi with the activity from behind. No whistle from the man in the middle, so it ends up going back to Atlanta United. Interception by Orlando City off the first touch, but they can't get it off the second touch. Charging up and through and cycling through the gears, Cooper Sanchez.
Herlock again, he's got people coming if he wants it. Oh, and a good idea, but really good stretch out there from Jackson Platt, sticking a foot out there. If he doesn't get that right, Atlanta United Academy's in on goal. Herlock again. Herlock eliminates one. Dribbling to his right. Tries to wrap his foot around it, but gets under it too much, puts it up on the landing.
Two minutes plus maybe another minute or so added. Let's take another peek.
Take another look here. It's a really good ball down the left-hand side from Orlando. Akintobi gets back. No real protest from Orlando. He just gets in there, takes the ball off his foot. Akintobi very active. He already had one clearance, one block at the point of attack as this ball's kind of put into no man's land. Ransom's got to go get it. He fires it off. Orlando's going to keep possession. Ransom able to get back in his goal mouth pretty easily, John.
Cruz to Justin Ellis on the right-hand side.
Justin Ellis is clapping like a coach on the sideline.
Yeah, man. Chipped in on the cutback, cleared away by Caden Moore. Herlock will track it down to keep it from going out.
Herlock's just going to hold the sprint button down if he gets a chance. But he's got Ashton Gordon with acres of space.
Getting past Rabana. Rabana slows him down in the process.
No whistle. And Ashton Gordon can't believe it. Kind of surprised as well, honestly. But that's good defensive work. Take a look at it. It's going to go out for an Orlando throw. He crosses it out there, and Gordon tries to eliminate. Guess the referee decided he was looking for it a bit too much. Akintobi steps in front, and Atlanta's going to maintain possession, playing it back here.
Yep, Rabana was last man standing on the landing on that one with Ashton Gordon, and got the benefit of the twist there.
Hey, they don't ask how. They just ask you to get it done.
Correct. About 30 seconds plus maybe another minute or two after the physios took a peek at Juan Rojas here early in the first half.
Orlando's high line, really impressive. Atlanta's just going to go over the top for it, looking for Ashton Gordon.
Our changes there, no worries. Nice first touch by the fan at the bench. Header by our
cushioned
change.
it really nicely.
Yeah. Header by our change. Headed back by the fan. Well done. North of 45. So let's see what Atlanta United has up their sleeves here.
A lot of really good pressure from Orlando, trying not to let him move. Herlock now. Herlock got his 1v1. The drop back. Herlock trying to chip that in. Doesn't go far enough. Atlanta's going to maintain possession. Ettinger's got it. Akintobi. Bretos. Over to Sanchez. He's got options if he wants him on the left. Oh, finds a little bit of pocket of space. And just trying to crab walk the ball. And it will be a foul for Orlando benefiting, excuse me. Santi Pita went down on the ball and just kind of crab walked over it.
Yeah, so let's see what the whistle could have been about here. So there's Pita. I think it was that initial push off with the left.
Yeah, he kind of threw his body into it.
Yeah.
That's fine.
And that'll do it. After the first 45 plus one, Jarrett, your thoughts?
Thought Atlanta came out really aggressive early, created some opportunities, but really didn't get any chances with it. And then Orlando grew into the game really nicely. It forced Justin Ransom into a number of very impressive saves. Really impressed with Akintobi as well. Blocks one at the line, makes a couple good defensive plays. And Atlanta creates a couple chances, most of it through Stephen Herlock down the left-hand side. Forces Juan Rojas into a tough save, but Atlanta's got to kind of tilt the field in their favor in the second half. We'll see what the second 45 looks like, John.
We'll take a bit of a break, get back with you just before the beginning of the second 45. Goalless between the U-18s, Atlanta United and Orlando City. You're watching Atlanta United Academy Soccer on ATLUTD.com/live. Welcome back to the Children's Healthcare of Atlanta training ground, getting you ready for the second 45 with the U-18s here involving Atlanta United and Orlando City. Jared, goalless after the first 45. What'd you think?
Again, it's a game of really that evolves as the half goes along. Atlanta comes out with a little bit of fire early on while the dew's still on the ground. Orlando really grows into it quite nicely. Man, that combination we saw down the attacking right-hand side for Orlando, Gustavo Caraballo and Pedro Cruz were outstanding. They caused Atlanta plenty of problems there, created chances. Thought Justin Ellis was going to find one at one point, but Atlanta was stubborn, man. They were stubborn in the way they were not going to let themselves get beat. Created a couple of opportunities, but plenty of work to do for Atlanta United's U-18s in the second half. See if they can grab control of things. We'll see how the second 45 goes.
You want to go ahead and do the read?
Let's do the read. Today's match is presented by Children's Healthcare of Atlanta, the official sports medicine provider for the Atlanta United Academy. They are Georgia's only nationally ranked program specifically designed for teen athletes. Go to CHOA.org/teens to learn more.
What he said. Second 45 now underway here from the Children's Healthcare of Atlanta training ground.
We do have a change for Atlanta as that ball goes out. Aiden Torres has checked into the game.
See how things shift and twist here for Atlanta United. Atlanta United Academy Soccer presented this morning at atlutd.com/live by the Children's Healthcare of Atlanta. Orlando City and Juan Rojas not having to look into the sun like he had in the first 45.
Yeah, the sun's up a little bit higher, though, so anything that's high, Justin Ransom's going to have to deal with. You can see him shielding his eyes, but anything on the ground he should be okay with.
Torres to Caden Moore, over to Dominic Chongqui.
Torres came in for Santi Pita.
So we'll see how Aiden Torres patrols the midfield. Foul on Jake Bassinet as he's trying to win possession away from Ilan Ettinger.
Bear with us. We'll keep an eye on Orlando. Looks like they have a change as well. Possibly.
Efforting.
They might not have made a change. I don't think they did. Nope, it's still the same 11.
I'm doing the quick scan, and I'm trying to sit here and look at names and go, okay.
Oh, no, I was doing the same. We're good. So Orlando keeps the same 11.
Yes. Rojas and Net, Rabana, Archange, Platts, and Cruz, left to right, back four. Two in front of them, Amu Mensah and Judelson. Cologne, Bassinet, Caraballo, and Justin Ellis wandering the field.
Orlando getting back into the attack.
Speaking of Justin Ellis.
Justin Ellis has moved all over the field. He's been dangerous in the attack as well, but he's also done good defensive work, getting back, helping out his team when they need it. And there he's just dribbling around two guys, creating space now for Orlando to get forward.
Spins away from all of the trouble up the right-hand side. Caraballo doing work against Bretos. It's going to be a corner for Orlando City here as we turn into the 49th minute here. Early in the second half, goalless from the Children's Healthcare of Atlanta training ground of the U-18s. So it should be an in-swinger with the left from the far corner flag.
Play that short.
Doing it short and quick. Herlock with the block. It'll be another corner for Orlando City over on the far side.
Again, for these kids crossing that ball around, Herlock's trying to like cross it around a wall.
Not wrong.
See if they take this short again. Caraballo over it. He's got Judelson short if he wants him. Looks like he's going to put this one in on an in-swinger.
Judelson trying to create a little bit of traffic. Went Olympico, John O'Ransom with the easy grab.
Ransom just running through bodies. Just fires it out. Now he's got Herlock on the run. See what kind of wheels Herlock's got in him right now. Herlock trying to cut it back. Good tackle to distract him for a second. Herlock's going to fire it low and right into the feet of Juan Rojas. It was like an Ashton Genty run down the left-hand side from Stephen Herlock. It was just a foot race and then a little bit of a stiff arm to create space. But now Atlanta's got to get reorganized as the game opens up. Once again, Orlando into the attack. Justin Ellis on the ball. Justin Ellis trying to play it through DCQ. Takes it away. Now Atlanta can try and get forward. The flag goes up for offside. Cincinnati a little bit eager getting past those center backs as Orlando's line had pushed up. Not a bad idea as we take another look right here at Herlock. It's a good tackle to take him off of it initially. And he pulls the trigger on a little gopher hunter. Lands right at Juan Rojas' feet. Good strength, Orlando. Jake Bassinet over to Diego Colon. Oh, nicely done. Shoulder to shoulder there. Akintobi able to win it now. Atlanta in a little bit of jail. Aiden Torres. Nicely done from Aiden Torres. Finds Bretos. Bretos up to Cooper Sanchez. Cooper Sanchez playing more forward now. Tries to tap it ahead to Herlock. It gets deflected as he's closed down nicely. Orlando will recover and go all the way back to Juan Rojas. Rojas feeling a lot of pressure.
Pisanetti with the bump there.
AR looked to the center ref if he was going to put the flag up or not, but it's going to be fine for Orlando. As they get back on the attack, Atlanta's got to try and reorganize. Ball played down the left-hand side. Jake Bassinet. Akintobi once again making a play. Oh, and a long shot, and it's blocked, and he's going to go over the end. Oh, not over the end line. I thought it did.
Diego Colon wound and fired. Big
corner.
There we go.
That was a weird one. Aiden Torres goes down at the edge of the box.
Just lost his footing.
Yeah. It's nicely blocked out. Torres.
And there's Bassinet, and there's Torres hitting the turf, and Cologne was there for the swing.
That's a great good little shot from Bassinet. Big, strong hand from Ransom, not only to get the save, but to push that ball out, not have it deflect right back in front of him. You hate giving up that corner, but, man, it's better than the alternative.
Judelson to Caraballo, header, and swing and a chance was there for Diego Colon, but he couldn't quite get it fully on target, couldn't hit it flush enough, and it ends up trickling wide of the near post. Chance was there for Orlando City. Let's take another peek.
I play that short, you change the angle. Herlock not really quick enough getting out there, and then Ransom starts to come for it but doesn't get it, so the goal mouth is open, so you get that ball to the back post. It's crossed back across the face of goal as this ball is going to be left short. Orlando going to have another opportunity, but a heavy touch gives Atlanta a reprieve. What can they make from it? Orlando is going to take control in the middle of the field as they work their way forward. Jonqui in a street fight. Now Orlando charging down. Jonqui comes back again.
Physicality there from Dominic Jonqui. Stopped that rush from Justin Ellis and back the other way Atlanta United.
Nice sliding tackle. Stephen Herlock still on it.
Platts was there, and he just sends it over into field number 4 to slow things down a little bit for Atlanta United.
Dominic Jonqui just playing a game of double dragon there, just going shoulder to shoulder and a beat him up.
So little help. Looks like we do get the little help.
So we take another look here as Jonqui gets physical. Orlando comes away with it. Jonqui doesn't give up, though. Goes shoulder to shoulder in the box, wins it. Atlanta was able to keep control of it. Now Orlando with a chance. Jonqui, good defense to get back. Edinger wins it. Edinger under pressure's got to play it back to Ransom. Ransom will take it and will fire it into the sun, looking for Cooper Sanchez. Eventually it does fall our change. Orlando is going to reset. Oh, and a heavy touch, and then reaching out. Bassinetti commits the foul as Platts took a bit of a heavy touch, but it's a heavy touch in the right direction. Bassinetti can't really do anything to stake him to take the ball away. That's a good step. Really nicely done from Jackson Platts to create a bit of space for himself. The foul slows things down just a bit.
Trying to dribble out of a double team. Keeping possession, it's our change now at the back. Back and forth with Jackson Platts.
Atlanta provided pressure, but a little too easy for Orlando to get through, and a little bit of communication for Atlanta. And Caden Moore will head it back to Ransom, who gratefully grabs it, and Atlanta's got a chance to rebuild here. They brought the pressure up top, but Orlando was able to play through it, and ball just kind of hangs in the air. And now Ashton Gordon trying to get out of jail. Ashton Gordon, oh, nicely done to Cooper Sanchez. Sanchez down the left-hand side, but his touch lets him down. Orlando takes control right outside the center circle as they go into the attack. Now entering the attacking third. That ball is going to be long right to Justin Ransom, who brings it down.
Once again trying to spring Bassinet up the middle of the park.
Aiden Torres cooked from behind.
Foul by Bassinet.
Referee's going to have a little conversation with Bassinet. Maybe try and take a little fire out of the game.
Yeah.
Got a couple hard fouls in the last few minutes from both sides. And just communicate. Let them know where the line is. Let them know just to calm it down. It's going to be okay.
Yeah. Temperatures rising with the earth rotating doesn't mean that needs to happen here. Ettinger back and forth with Jono Ransom. Caden Moore getting away from Justin Ellis. One back by Judelson.
It's not a bad idea, but it's a risky place to make those ideas if you're Atlanta. DCQ wins it clean. Now Atlanta with a chance if they want to get forward. Stephen Herlock just taps it ahead and just takes off. Herlock going across the 18, crossing it over for Torres. And a foul given. Orlando's not happy about it, and Atlanta's going to have a dangerous free kick just outside the 18, almost center on.
Diego Colon lobbying, pleading his case here for the foul. It's 24 away from the target. Take another look.
Well, Herlock is just speed. He just taps it on. And Colon lobbying, and I don't blame him for lobbying that one, but he is behind Torres. He's about a half a step behind him, and Torres has that inside position. So it's going to look, especially to the referee, I think that it's going to look like he went through the back of Torres, and Torres gets the benefit of the doubt there. And now if you're Atlanta, you got a dangerous set piece, but an Orlando player down on the field. Looks like they've got a sub getting ready anyway.
Looks like Jarrell Bonilla will be checking in here in the 58th minute. Let's see whose day is ending here. Bonilla, traditionally a left winger, so let's see.
Pedro Cruz coming off.
Okay. So Bonilla in, traditionally a left winger. Pedro Cruz, who's your starting right back. So we'll see how that twists things for Orlando City here when they're back on the offensive side. A lot of hand fighting and disagreeing in the pile with Dominic Chong-Kui. And that's adding to pushing and shoving. Jackson Platts wearing the captain's armband, trying to cool things down with the temperature here early in the second half.
And Chong-Kui very animated down there.
You know, it's with Caraballo and Chong-Kui.
The referee's still having to step in and kind of calm everybody down. Now it looks like we're good. Gordon tried to pull the trigger. Fires it, and it's right on to Juan Rojas. Gets his body behind it nicely. Rojas going to try and trigger the counter. Might have mishit that a bit, but it worked out really nicely. I thought he was going to put more air under it, but now a chance for Orlando, John.
Diego Colon tries to go into the middle of the park with the pass. Bretos is there. Knocked away by Atlanta United, but once again, here comes Orlando City. Early 60th minute, 31 to go. Goalless here at Children's Healthcare of Atlanta. Training facility for Atlanta United. Matches today, the U-18s with this one, U-16 coming up in and around 11 o'clock Eastern time at atlutd.com/live. Matches today presented by our friends at Children's Healthcare of Atlanta. Possession one. Atlanta United with the opportunity, and saved by Rojas.
Oh, what a
save!
save!
Twice. Got big on the second chance as Ashton Gordon was crashing for the rebound. Since Rojas didn't grab it, let's take another look at it, but a double save for Juan Rojas.
Hey, there's a reason that Juan Rojas was at the MLS Next All-Star game. It's a good save. You don't want to spill it right there, but he doesn't panic. He gets big again. Ashton Gordon tried to pounce, and he said no. The referee having another conversation.
The Jackson Platts.
Yep. Well, somebody from Orlando ended up on the ground. I don't know what happened. I was too busy watching the replay of a really good save.
Yes.
But Jackson Platts lobbying his case. Referee says, everybody line up. Let's go. And a body went down in the box for Orlando, and that gave Cooper Sanchez a free run. He dropped into the box, and eventually it's going to be handled. Akintobi had a chance there on a really, what would have been a really high-booted volley.
And DCQ gets there before Caraballo does. You're getting a lot of screams from the Orlando City bench, but once again, the physicality that you and I are used to seeing and Atlanta United 2 fans are used to seeing from Dominic Chong-Kui once again gains possession back for the home side.
Dominic Chong-Kui is just throwing his weight around, but he's doing it in such a smart way. You know, he's going in shoulder to shoulder, hip to hip with guys and just using that leverage, using that size. He's not a small kid.
Torres back to Jono Ransom. Our change. Diego Colon was looking for Bassinet, and the only folks there are Atlanta United.
Bretos,
Late
Bretos
challenge
got
from
caught.
Bassinet.
Oh, Akintobi's going to have to cool himself down. Somebody's going to have to cool him down as well. And Super Sanchez getting involved. Now you got captains getting in here. Jackson Platts. Somebody just threw a stretching band on the Atlanta United sideline.
I think it might have been Dylan Greiner.
Believe it was. Bassinet being escorted away by his teammates.
That was a late challenge from Bassinet.
It was. I think he caught him clean. Let's take a look. It's kind of a weird little ball bounces around situation. Ooh. He comes in straight through him. He's trying to get the ball, but he's not going to get there in time. And
Physio looking at Bretos right now.
yeah.
And the man in the middle.
And now you got to manage the temperature if you're both teams and if you're the official.
Yep.
Io Akintobi, who's been very active, was immediately up in Jake Bassinet's grill. And now we're going to get a change. I believe I saw the physio signaling a change that Atlanta's going to have to do something here.
Yeah.
I don't know if he can keep going.
Well, looks like it might be Mason Peacock who'll be coming in for Atlanta United.
Well, Landon Zuniga Padron was standing like he was going to come in. But maybe you change plans now. You can say, yeah, you're right. Mason Peacock's looks like he's getting the scouting report right now.
I would say taking a look at the Polaroids, but
And they're carrying.
Let's take another peek once again. After the ball is cleared by Bretos, then you get to see Bassinet come in there.
It's just it's not a good challenge from Bassinet. He's not going to get there. And it's just a risky challenge to even come in and try and make that tackle in that moment. You just got to be smarter. And now you got to manage the temperature of it. And Julian Bretos had a couple really fun moments in that build-up. So one of the earlier chances, a part of that midfield. Now you got to get everybody locked back in, but also manage things emotionally if you're Atlanta and not get kind of out over your skis a bit.
And, I mean, we know the rivalry. We know how it's heated with Orlando City and Atlanta United all the way up to the first team.
This is going to be Mason Peacock, you're right. Mason Peacock will shift into the attack. He'll shift up top. And Vicinetti's going to drop back, playing as a 10 in a sense. So then you'll get Cooper Sanchez and Aiden Torres. Kind of a little thunder and lightning in the defensive midfield. And Justin Ransom's going to tell everybody get up. He's going to play kickball with this one.
Yep. Ettinger was over it briefly. So let's see what John O. Ransom has in mind here as he surveys, kind of looking into the sun, sending it long toward the back line of Orlando City. Peacock lost the challenge to our change, but Atlanta United gets possession off the second ball. In pursuit was Amu Mensah. Sent long by Ransom. As Bonilla watches it go out over the far touchline for a throw for Orlando City here. Halfway through the 66th minute, 24-plus time added on here. Goalless from the Children's Healthcare of Atlanta training ground of the U-18s with Atlanta United and Orlando City. Peacock kept possession. Vicinelli was trying to win it back away from Amu Mensah. He does not. Goes back to Caden Moore. Dominic Chongqui Last touch by Orlando City, going to be a throw for Atlanta United over on the far side, about 15 yards or so away from center line. Little help. There we go. Dominic Chongqui. Now he's going to do a little bit of surveying.
16's helping out a bit.
Jackson Platts for Orlando City. Pressure from behind by Peacock. Back to Clovis, our change.
Oh,
Picked
nice
off.
step. Herlock trying to be strong. Herlock fires it and a nice save. Tries to go near post on Juan Rojas. Rojas up to the challenge.
Rojas had that tracked the entire time. Kept an eye on it to that near post. Dangerous pass through the 6. Our change. Looks to his left.
I thought Herlock was going to wrong foot him a bit there. It was really nice from Rojas to recover and push that away.
Ellis.
Good from Orlando to get out of jail here.
Looking for Caraballo. Caraballo trying to go big switch and find Diego Colon. Goes over Colon. And it's going to go back to Atlanta United. Take a peek.
Well, he just jumps the route like he's a corner.
Yep.
Cuts inside, gets it on his right foot, and then just kind of, as he's falling down, he gets something on it. I wonder if it caught Rojas off guard. Rojas does really well with it. I just wonder if it caught him off guard that he was able to get enough, as much on it as he did as Peacock, just fighting through and then earns a foul right past the midway stripe.
Platts knocked him off his pins, but it was too much for it to be a continuation, so it's a whistle, and here comes Akintobi.
Not a bad idea by Akintobi, but that turnover is going to lead to opportunities.
Bassinet and Ellis now up the left-hand side to Caraballo, who has switched with Diego Colon.
Nicely done. Ashton Gordon coming back. It gives up a corner, but it doesn't let him get that cross in while Atlanta's on their heels. Akintobi's trying to play that through ball in the attacking half. We take a look as this ball goes down the left-hand side. Caraballo, you like that opportunity, but it's Ashton Gordon doing the legwork to get back defensively. And Akintobi's trying to play that ball through and try and play a dangerous through ball, but you don't have the cover in that moment if it doesn't pull off, and it doesn't come off, and then Atlanta's exposed.
Judelson in a place to take the corner. Caraballo's the short option. Ashton Gordon there keeping an eye on everything. Both hands in the air. Judelson will send it long, looking past the far post, headed down by Platt.
Another corner.
And we'll do it from the flip side this time.
Trying to hit that back post again. They've been looking at, you mentioned Platt. They've been looking at him on that back post. We'll see if he wanders back to the back post. So we take another look at it. Ask Platts to win that. It's kind of low percentage to go right to goal from there because of how far away it is. As this in-swinging corner more into the box, bounces all the way through. Platts will chase it down. Nobody's gone with him. Somebody for Atlanta's got to step. Eventually, Caden Moore does. His cross is in, and it's going to be cleared out.
Vicenetti is there.
Good from Vicenetti, man.
Caraballo tries to go inside the 18. He stood up, left-footed, headed away by Ettinger. Bumped off the ball as Bassinet, and here comes Atlanta United once again.
The calls for a foul from the Orlando side is like a little bit of a thigh-to-thigh contact is uncalled. Now trying to play through, and a collision, and eventually it's going to roll all the way through to Juan Rojas. That was Aiden Torres, who was trying to poke the ball through. Just too many trees to guide that one through.
Bumped off the ball as Omar Rabano. Let's take another look at that last rush.
We've got another sub coming in for Atlanta. Landon Zuniga-Padron coming on.
So Zuniga hands the card over.
Ashton's coming off.
And so Ashton Gordon's day is done in the 71st minute. Akintobi with the throw. Ettinger, center circle, Caden Moore. Moore trying to get away from Justin Ellis. He does. Up to Dominic Chongqui. Diego Colon marking Chongqui. Orlando City with the clear. Caden Moore will track it down. 18 minutes plus probably a couple added on here. Once again, goalless with the U-18s, Atlanta United and Orlando City from the Children's Healthcare of Atlanta training ground at ATLUTD.com/live.
For Sanchez, oh, nicely done. Finds a bit of space. Akintobi up the right-hand side if he can win it. It'll be out for an Atlanta throw.
Rabana was there to stop that rush by Akintobi up the right-hand side.
They both had the same idea at the same time. He just managed to get it off of Rabana successfully as Atlanta resets. Work their way right to the left-hand side. Caden Moore up to DCQ on the left. Cooper Sanchez now finds a bit of space in the pocket. Pedron over to Torres. Pedron's out there again if he wants him. He'll take him. Nice from Orlando, keeping their shape compact, making Atlanta work for it. Torres makes himself available as he's flared out almost as a left back in this setup right now, just with Akintobi getting forward so far. Akintobi now looking for that left foot. No one there on the back post. Kind of put that one into the mixer, but people had started crashing into the 6 at that point by the time he puts it in.
Yep.
Inside the 18. There's nobody home.
Yeah, Herlock was the last one at the far post, and Herlock had already gotten to the edge of the 6 where the ball was in between the top of the 18, kind of aimed in and around the penalty spot when it came to your yardage. So it ends up being a goal kick for Orlando City here in Juan Rojas. Bookended by Archange and Platts, and so he'll just send it long instead. One back by Justin Ellis. Ellis to Caraballo. On the return, he's got Bassinet in front of him, and they're going to call, looks like they're going to call Justin Ellis on the foul on Zuniga. And Justin Ellis is, I think, somewhat shocked that he got the foul call.
Well, it's good strength, and they're both going for it, and Ellis goes down and tries, I think he's trying to take Zuniga Pedron with him. Just take him down with you. Don't let him get a free run. You'll take that foul all day long. Atlanta's trying to establish a little bit of a homestead. And that ball's mishit.
Caraballo trying to get around Akintobi, and a foul.
Oh, Ettinger mishit that ball a bit, just kind of popped on him. And Akintobi has to hustle back, but he does so, earns the foul, and relieves some of that pressure. Atlanta's been trying to establish more into the attacking half. Sanchez. Zuniga Pedron has it taken off of him. Now a chance for Orlando.
Bassinet tries to draw the foul. No
nicely
whistle.
Done.
No whistle either way.
Ettinger wins it. Trying to go up top to Peacock, who's kind of playing as the lighthouse 9 right now. Ettinger cleaning up another one. Both center backs getting their work in today as Peacock takes a shoulder, loses the aerial duel. Now Orlando. Oh, a good ball through. Fires. Oh, what a save!
To his right, Jono Ransom keeps us goalless here. Jake Bassinet wound up with the right. Full extension, right arm up in the air. Jono Ransom keeps us scoreless with 15 to go.
That's a great ball into Bassinet. He brings it down. It pops up in the air, falls for him really nicely after his first touch. Does the hard part, gets the shot away. Jonathan Ransom just doesn't want him to have a highlight.
Tyler Bush set to check in for Orlando City at the next opportunity. Judelson take the in-swinger with the right from the near corner flag, headed away by Aiden Torres fairly simply into the Atlanta United bench, and this will be the chance for the sub. Tyler Bush checking in for Orlando City. '76th minute, and so that means that
that's Gustavo Caraballo coming off.
Yep, Caraballo's day is done. So both the substitutes so far for the U-18s have been on the right-hand side. One by Judelson, middle of the park, off the turnover. Zuniga tried to connect with Torres. Now up the left-hand side's Rabana in an advanced position. Rabana tries to go long and almost got upper 90 near post, but Ransom had it tracked down. Here comes Atlanta United once again, Cooper Sanchez, and he'll lead the charge up to Stephen Herlock at center line.
Yeah, I wasn't sure if that was one of those of it might be a cross, it might be a shot.
The cross shot?
Well, I think he was trying to bend it a bit more, but he just didn't get his foot all the way around it, so it goes upper 90.
And near side upper 90.
It's a great takeaway. And then with the left foot, it's going to possibly hit the crossbar in the top 90.
It's a great idea.
I thought he was trying to bend it a bit more, but he might have been trying to catch Ransom sleeping. Ransom's up for it. It's not a bad idea if that's what he's going for. I was wondering if he was going to try and put that much spin on it and make it curve back post, as Atlanta's got a dangerous throw in. Torres.
Deflected once and twice, and Rojas had it tracked. Caught the convenient high hop. So we stay goalless here halfway through the 78th minute. Released up the left-hand side, Archange. Archange looking for a posted-up bassinet. Ettinger's there instead for Atlanta United. Here comes Cooper Sanchez, bumped off the ball. Tries to keep possession for Atlanta United, and he'll circle back into his own half.
DCQ just walked through. I believe
it was Parker Amumensa.
Yeah, Amumensa. He just walked through Amumensa. The referee's going to come have a conversation with him about that. We take a look at that throw-in. Chested down nicely. Aiden Torres able to make a run on it, and it's a good little bit of a deflection. The ball bounces high up in the air, and easy work for Juan Rojas. DCQ has not been shy about his physicality today and his willingness to get mixed up.
No, he is not. Ellis pops the ball forward. Dominic Chongqui is there in defense. Ettinger will clear. And chasing after it, Jackson Platts. He'll end up with the throw right about center line. Mason Peacock directing a little traffic to make sure it doesn't go back to Archange, but he ends up going long. And the turn to Ellis. And you're going to get a foul and a set-piece opportunity here for Orlando City.
Just locked up in that challenge with him for an extended period of time as we take a look. It's that long throw, and he's able to get it, able to turn, and then he's just kind of locked up by Caden Moore. Referee calls the foul way back there. I mean, the foul continues for the contact continues for 15 yards.
Yeah.
So he's going to call it back there. So not as dangerous in terms of a direct on-goal attack. Not to say that you can't take a shot from here, but kind of a risky area because they might try and catch you off guard or might try and drop it in the dead zone.
Judelson toward the penalty spot, headed away easily by Caden Moore, but it goes back to Judelson. Herlock won the joust. Judelson lost that competition. Player down for Orlando City, but here comes Atlanta United briefly, and we're going to get a whistle stoppage here after the contact with Herlock. And Herlock on a 1v2 won the ball back for Atlanta United, and then the contact with Diego Colon. Colon goes down.
And Herlock's arm may have gotten up into Colon's face there. I'm taking a quick look at it. The physios are going to come take a look. '81st minute, still no score. Field 3 of the Atlanta United training ground. Thanks for joining us. Atlanta United's U-18s versus Orlando City U-18s. U-16s coming up around 11 o'clock this morning.
Around, yes.
Oh, you never know.
No. Like I said, last week when it was NYCFC and the U-16s, it ended up being like 11:02 kick. So just set your notifications. Don't leave the site, atlutd.com/live. Hang out with us, and then set your notifications for the 11 o'clock match, and we'll be ready to go. Substitutions left for Orlando City. John Gerald. David Ricania is your second keeper. Massimo Morabito and Nikolai Pierre and Zinedine Rodriguez.
Doing a bit of recon work. Julian Bretto still on the table. Looks like he's got that ankle iced up pretty well and taped up.
Yep. So Cologne waiting for the...
Happy to report the temperature of the match hasn't boiled over to an insane degree. after that challenge.
Yes.
DCQ notwithstanding, he's trying to fight everybody who was willing to fight and winning balls left and right.
Well, it's a day that ends in Y, with a match involving Dominic Chong-Kui and his physicality.
Look, you like having that as Orlando with an opportunity now trying to cross it to the back post. And
Justin Ellis looking for Tyler Bush. Too much is there, and it'll end up being a deep throw for Atlanta United, about 5 yards or so away from their corner flag here on the near side.
But look, you'll take that physicality and you'll take that fight as long as you can control it, and he's shown he can control it. Orlando stepping up, going to pressure this throw. Trying to win the first or second ball. They're able to win both of those.
Amu Mensah winning initial possession, goes back to Judelson. He'll backtrack a little bit and go to the back line.
Under 10 to go. We'll see if anybody blinks. Orlando with possession at edge of midfield.
So it is Bonilla, the traditional left back, who is playing in a right back position. Nicely done there to keep possession. Tyler Bush for Orlando City. And they'll go all the way back once again to Clovis Archange. Pressure coming from the form of Mason Peacock looking for Rojas. Buzzed the tower.
Peacock almost got there.
Yeah, buzzed the tower. It ends up as a turnover. Here comes Aiden Torres. Torres has Zuniga to his right. Akintobi will get it to Zuniga instead. Landon wants to bring it in on his left foot. He'll give it back to Akintobi.
Akintobi's got a little bit of pressure on him. Ettinger as well, and Orlando's getting a little bit of pressure. If Atlanta can play out of it, they can find something here. Looking for Zuniga down the right-hand side. Cleared out nicely by Orlando, but Zuniga's going to make him fight for it, and Atlanta's going to have an attacking throw.
Archange lobbying that Zuniga was the last to touch. AR right in front of that AR, about 10 yards away from the corner flag here on the near side on the right. In the attack for Atlanta United. Akintobi throws it inside the 18, knocked away fairly easily.
Falls to Chong-Kui. Chong-Kui's going to take a shot. It's deflected, and it's deflected on frame, but Juan Rojas is able to get behind it. Mason Peacock talking all that jazz.
Yes. Looked like it was Jarrell Bonilla who was there marking and was the one who got the leg up to deflect it and diffuse the speed on it, so it turned into an easy grab for Rojas. Tyler Bush dispossessed. Cooper Sanchez couldn't keep control. Here comes Parker Amu Mensah through the middle of the park. He's got Bassinet to his left. He'll take it himself off the crossbar. Second chance quickly, but cleared away by Dominic Chong-Kui.
Orlando's got to get resettled now. Stephen Herlock with a chance if he can get a hold of this, and nicely defended from Orlando.
Judelson was there to do it first. Jackson Platts.
Dylan Judelson had to get that right, and he did. Otherwise, it's Stephen Herlock 1v1 going the other way. Aiden Torres with a little do-si-do defending. Justin Ellis spending more time complaining about it than getting into an attacking position, but Orlando's going to maintain possession.
Tyler Bush with the left looking toward the 6 and headed in. Justin Ellis with the header and the first goal on the board late in the 85th minute. Great entry pass by Tyler Bush. Bush found Justin Ellis. Ellis with the header going inside the far post. Orlando City with a 1-0 lead.
Well, they recycled the situation, and Justin Ellis, who was upset about not getting a foul call a moment ago, gets right back into the fray. Bush puts this cross on. He gets on the other side of Caden Moore. Moore gets there a half step late. Not happy about it, but he's even more unhappy about the scoreline, unfortunately, for Atlanta United's U-18s. They still have 4 minutes and change to try and find something here. The referee trying to get Orlando back on their attacking side so they can take this kick. Atlanta's going to have to chase this to try and salvage a point.
So let's see how they do that.
Ellis will get a yellow card, I believe, for his pose right in Caden Moore's face after Moore gave him a shove down. He'll take it, though, because that is a goal that gives Orlando an opportunity to snag 3 points on the road.
Take another look at it down the left-hand side.
This is the shot that went off the crossbar. It was a tricky situation where Atlanta's defense was in really a 2v1. They were just kind of outnumbered going down that side. So you had to kind of hedge your bets and dared him to take that shot to the right-hand side, and he goes off the crossbar. That was the warning shot across the bow, and moments later, Orlando finds the opener. DCQ trying to play this through. Oh, and might have caught Rojas a little bit off guard.
I think he
Rojas
did.
is able to get out and get it.
Yep.
He smothers it, and he'll take his time getting up. Mason Peacock standing over there with him, but all Peacock can do is wait for him to drop the ball and go. Rojas will put this up into the blue sky.
Amu Mensah trying to send the Orlando City offense forward. Goes right to Jono Ransom. Ransom up and over. Tries to get it over Bonilla, and he'll find Herlock.
Bonilla's got to get that out, and he does just that. This is where you got to get a ball to. You got to get a ball to Herlock quickly, and they don't really have one right now.
Little help.
Well, that's Orlando warming up on the other field. They're not
just
really
like,
inclined to give the ball back.
You need what? Double sub coming for Orlando City at the next opportunity. Nikolai Pierre, 27, Gian Girard, 25. We'll see what Atlanta United has here. Zuniga tries to spin away from traffic, loses his footing.
The spikes let him down and joust, and it's going to be Orlando's ball.
Here come your subs. So Girard, 25, Pierre, 27. And that looks like the day for Bassinet. And the day for Diego Colon. Ellis, the goal scorer, couldn't gain possession and keep it, so here comes Atlanta United once again. Minute and a half plus any other added time. Dominic Chong-Kui looking inside the 18.
Idea.
Too much there. And Rojas will guide it and eventually fall on it. You're going to end up with a foul on Vincinetti. And
Vicinetti's going to get a card for his trouble. And
there it is.
I think he's going to argue that Rojas kind of turned his body into the challenge. Vicinetti's coming hard. And, yeah, he's right. Rojas, as he's going down, he kind of turns his body to draw that contact. Helps burn a couple seconds for Orlando and puts a yellow card on Isaiah Vicinetti's ledger.
So 45 seconds to go in the 90. Plus time added on for injuries and goal celebrations and such.
Should actually get a little bit of time considering you had a couple dust-ups, a goal, and as you said, you had the injury as Orlando player goes down. And Zuniga's out there if he wants him. He finds him. Zuniga's going to have to eliminate one guy. He does. Oh, but it's nicely tapped away.
Rabana was there to defend against Zuniga as Zuniga wanted to release up the right-hand side. Up and over everybody through the 6. And the deepest of deep throws. Kraken Toby.
You'll take that if you're Orlando. Now Atlanta's got to play deep in their own half and go on the 99-yard drive.
Rabana turn, and he'll just launch it long. Ettinger is there. And he'll make sure that it's difficult for Ellis to
7 minutes of stoppage time.
7 minutes.
Whew, we got the Qatar timekeeping out here. I mean, it makes sense when you factor in everything that happens. Zuniga's got to get back. He's not going to be able to win this ball. That's Vicinetti's able to win it. Collision in the midfield. Aiden Torres has control for Atlanta.
Rabana and Tyler Bush got together, and they're on the same side. Here comes Akintobi.
Looking for Herlock. Ooh, and a dangerous
another
foul
heavy
once again.
Challenge is that. See what happens here.
It's going to be a yellow card.
Tyler Bush. We heard the
guttural scream from here.
Yep.
Trying to reach out that toe to try and take that ball off. But Torres is able to pull the ball away, so it just becomes foot on leg contact.
Cooper Sanchez standing over it, surveying everybody who's 22 or 3 away. He will yield, and it will be Aiden Torres to take. Nice flick there. That looked like training ground material. Headed up into the air. Ettinger, and it's just wide of the near post. Both players down, Ettinger and the Orlando player who made contact.
Yeah, we're going to get physios on for head-to-head contact. Both physios coming in here, and this 7 minutes is about to expand.
Yep. Let's take another peek.
Like you said, it's that free kick that falls to the first man in that line and tries to flick it through. It's popped up in the air. Ettinger goes in there for the joust bravely, but then you get head-to-head contact, and the ball bounces out, and should be a goal kick for Orlando when we resume. Got to make sure everybody's okay first.
Yep. Okay, so Orlando City's players up on his feet. That's always a good sign. Trying to see who it was that made contact with Ettinger.
So he's still holding his head a little bit, walking off. Might be a little woozy. I don't know if you can see about concussion subbing him. But yeah, that's Jarrell Bonilla.
Okay.
Bonilla's still rubbing his head.
Yeah.
It looks like he's ready to come back in, but might have a little knot by the time it's all said and done.
That's what I'm thinking. So you've got Bonilla near his bench, about 20 yards away from the corner flag, and he's back in, and so the physio releases Ettinger as well. So both players back out. That's a good sign.
So it was 7 minutes ahead of time. I'd imagine we'll play to the 98th minute now at least, if not more.
Yeah. So you're probably looking at a good
stoppage time can become a theoretical construct real quick, though.
So a good 5 minutes added. Here comes Atlanta United on the
rush.
rush.
Herlock in the attack, looking for options. Herlock crosses it back and deflected out. It'll be an attacking throw for Atlanta.
North of 94 on the clock. Like I said, us doing our cursory math, we're looking at maybe another 4. So Torres.
Again, that is very theoretical.
Yes, yeah, we're just using our educated guesses. So Torres on the throw with Zuniga. Sorry, with Vicenetti. Vicenetti outside of the left to Dominic Chongqui, headed up into the air. Easy grab by Rojas.
Rojas brings that down. He'll turtle over it. Waits a couple seconds. It's the right maneuver for him. Gets Orlando a chance to get their bodies forward, get themselves set to deal with what's going to basically be fired as far away as humanly possible.
Yeah, Mason Peacock now on the charge. Rojas going long launch. Ettinger's there, heads at center circle. Herlock on the turn. The only person there was Clovis Archange for Orlando City.
I believe Cooper Sanchez pulling up for Atlanta. Sanchez might be trying to – he's going to gut this out, but he's grabbing – looked like might have been grabbing that calf for a second as Herlock trying to ride out that challenge. Bonilla wins it off him nicely, and it's going to be a throw for Orlando. Took a minute for them to figure that one out.
Yep. Bonilla diving into a couple of challenges.
Well, I mean, with Herlock, it's kind of the way to go about things because it's going to be tougher to muscle him off the ball without suplexing him.
Yes.
So he went in strong, went in low, got it off of him.
Bonilla with the throw up the right-hand side.
It's the same philosophy as like tackling a power back.
Yes.
You just got to go low.
Who can get lower at the line of scrimmage to try to figure out if it's going to be a gain or a loss of yardage?
Bonilla's going to take this throw for Orlando. 97th minute now, maybe another minute, maybe two at the most. Atlanta's got to get their foot on the ball. Caden Moore's able to do it. Akintobi. Up to Herlock on the right-hand side. Herlock, he's got a 2v1. Oh, nice touch from Herlock. He's got a chance to cross this in, puts it right on to Juan Rojas. Could not bend that back to the run.
And that ball had a lot of spin on it as he was trying to get it past Tyler Bush. You could see the side spin was fierce, but Rojas kept an eye on it the entire time.
Mason Peacock was trying to make that near post run. Herlock had to get that ball off of his foot when he did, though, or it was going to roll out. Over the top, Caden Moore trying to win that ball. He's not able to do so. And a shot and a save at point-blank range. Another shot from Orlando goes over the bar. And Atlanta dodges a bullet going down 2-1. Backup goalkeepers out there doing the Lord's work.
Nikolai Pierre had the early shot that was saved by Ransom. Gerard was there trying to get the second chance. Work to the inside, and you see Ransom with the save, and then the ball ends up going well over the crossbar by Gerard on the second.
And it's going to be out to Orlando.
Okay.
Time running out here. We're past 97. We're into the additional extra time at this point, into that head injury time. Maybe one more chance if Atlanta can get the ball off Orlando here, although if the whistle blows when this goes into play, I don't think you'd have too much complaint based on the time.
Rabana looking up the near touchline. Akintobi heads it up into the air. Tyler Bush lost the joust.
Akintobi got up there, man.
Parker Amumensa swats at it.
And that will be it.
Big win for Orlando City in the U-18s. Justin Ellis with the goal in the 86th minute, and that was the margin, 1-0. Orlando City gets the Duke here in the U-18s.
It was a fun game that had chances in both halves for both teams. And for Orlando, it was recycling a ball that looked like it was going to go for a counter for Atlanta. They recycle it down the left-hand side. Tyler Bush was able to cross it in. Finds Ellis, who gets on the wrong side of Caden Moore. And that proves to be the difference. Both goalkeepers made a number of impressive saves today, John. But for Atlanta, it's going to feel like one where they had to be more clinical, and they were not in those big moments.
First match of the two here at the Children's Healthcare of Atlanta training ground of the U-18s goes the way of Orlando City. 1-0 winners over Atlanta United. The U-16 match coming up around the corner. Stick with us here at atlutd.com/live. Thanks for hanging out with us for the U-18s. We'll be back in short order. As promised, welcome back to the Children's Healthcare of Atlanta training ground for Atlanta United Academy Soccer, presented by our friends at Children's Healthcare of Atlanta. John Nelson here. Jarrett Smith over there. Time for the U-16s. It was 11:02 last week. I guess it'll be like 11:05 this week when it comes to the U-16s for Orlando City and Atlanta United. So,
yeah,
first match, it was 1-0 for Orlando City. They're going to try for the sweep here in the U-16s.
Yeah, tough first match for Atlanta United's U-18s. 16's going to try and pick it up. Hopefully everybody's able to stay in one piece. That game got a little chippy at the end, and everybody's staying on their feet and staying healthy. And speaking of staying healthy, today's match is presented by Children's Healthcare of Atlanta, the official sports medicine provider for the Atlanta United Academy. They are Georgia's only nationally ranked program specifically designed for teen athletes. Go to CHOA.org/teens to learn more.
The man with the read. So we've got the lineup for Orlando City. They are going to be going from in the first 45 with the sun at their back. They're going to be in their dress whites. David Raquena in net wearing 51. Tanner Miller, Edgar Rodriguez, Sean Johnson, Lucas Quinones, Jacob Ramirez, Ethan Graham, Jacob Garcia, Gabe Sorto, Matthew Belgodre, Jose Segura. And that is the lineup for Orlando City as they are in their road whites going from right to left here in the first 45.
We'll piece this together as we go along with formations and numbers and names for both teams.
Trying to get out of trouble is Edgar Rodriguez. He does the 360 spin move. Orlando City keeps possession. And they'll go back to Raquena, who was the second keeper in the U-18 match, and he's getting the start for this one. Raquena thought about going long. He'll end up going back contact to Rodriguez. Rodriguez being harassed. And it looks like it's going to be Orlando City keeping possession here as we turn the first minute of the first 45 here, the U-16s match here at the Children's Healthcare of Atlanta training ground. At the right-hand side, Orlando City keeping possession, and you get an early foul for Atlanta United, as looked like Tanner Miller is trying to work it up the right-hand side. They'll go to the back. Raquena, long line drive as he was looking for Jose Segura, defended by Atlanta United. And here comes the five stripes working their way from left to right. Defense in the form of Tanner Miller and also an Edgar Rodriguez goes inside the 6.
Christian Williams trying to win that and still trying to win it. Amir Henry trying to step to the ball as well for Atlanta United U-16s.
So the lineup for Atlanta United: James Donaldson in net, Fred Bond, Kai Baptiste, Nolan Lancaster, and Say Fakayesi. That is your back four. Didi Cibrian, Damola Brown, that is your 2. And then the 3 in front of them: Ivory Covington, Santi Suarez, Christian Williams, and Amir Henry is the point of the spear.
And this ball crossed back in, trying to find it in, trying to deflection, and it's saved. David Raquena called into business early. An early warning from Atlanta onto Orlando's goal. Ball bounced around a bit, but front three have been very active in the first few minutes, John, as Orlando now with a chance to see if they can make some noise.
Turning into the 4th minute here. Belgodre went to his left. Pass is picked off, and you get a whistle. Looks like it's going to be a foul called on Jacob Ramirez.
We take another look here. Ball coming down the left-hand side. As the header's just kind of flicked back into the run.
Atlanta United trying to build from the left. They call a foul on Jose Segura. Possession kept by the U-16s of Atlanta United. In pursuit, Gabe Sorto. Possession lost at the left will end up being a throw for Orlando City over on the far side, about 25 yards away, extended from the corner flag. Segura, target of the throw. Orlando City will send it all the way to the back, and they will regroup. Kenya has Sean Johnson to his left. He opts to go long. Back line for Atlanta United was the only element that was there. Pass intended up the right-hand side. Will end up being a throw as the ball goes into the Orlando City bench here halfway through the 5th minute. No goals yet on the board between the U-16s of Atlanta United and Orlando City.
It was a little bit heavy, but able to clean it up now. Oh, good tackle. And referee will whistle as he goes through the body a little bit.
Yep, Ethan Graham trying to keep possession for Orlando City. He was taken out on the tackle, so it'll end up being a free kick and a restart for Orlando City. Sean Johnson in possession, looking to his right. And that's where Edgar Rodriguez will build. Looking long for Segura. Goes back to James Donaldson in net for Atlanta United here, starting for the U-16s. Flick had her chance on the run. Atlanta United down the right-hand side, trying to race back and defend quickly. Orlando City inside the edge of the 18. Scooped in and easily grabbed by David Requena, taking charge inside the box. And here comes on the quick restart Orlando City. Dispossessed nicely by Atlanta United up the left-hand side. And they're going to try and catch Requena off his line. And it goes over the end line, so it will be a goal kick for Orlando City.
As an offsides, Ivory Covington's a little bit anxious getting forward. Created a chance a moment ago, unable to finish one off there.
Johnson, Rodriguez, and Requena. Sean Johnson being kept an eye on. Into the middle and Gabe Sorto. Sorto to Belgodre. Wants to cut it to the inside. Has help to his left, and that's where he ends up going. Belgodre loses possession. Gets reinforcements from behind in the form of Ethan Graham. Graham getting a bit of a tug from the back. 2 hand tugs. They're going to say advantage foul on Graham. So here comes Atlanta United at the left-hand side.
Christian Williams needing a tearaway jersey there. Oh, puts that in nicely. And just wide of the post goes Amir Henry, who's going to want that back.
Requena had the near post tracked down. It was a very, very acute, very sharp angle for Amir Henry to try to get the first goal on the board here in the 7th minute. You see the chance right there. Requena once again had the near post covered, so it would have been a sharp angle chance for Henry. We're still goalless. Up and over on the floater, Segura. Bit of swimming and hand fighting. Segura wins possession, but it's right at Donaldson. Donaldson puts both hands up for the parry, and here comes Atlanta United all over again.
Thought Donaldson was going to come for that ball, and he didn't. His defense held up for him quite well and was able to parry that tight angle shot away with some good positioning. Did his work ahead of time. Oh, nice little turn. Amir Henry feeling it right now.
Sean Johnson with the clear towards center circle, but Atlanta United back at it again just as quickly.
Good
Defense is
touch,
there.
good defense.
For Orlando City. Rush up the left-hand side. Quick touches here. Belgodre with a start and a stop. Wants to cut it back to his right. Now he's having to defend, wins the ball back. Spins away from trouble. Edge of the 18, cuts it inside, wants to go. Donaldson gets the left hand up, and it's cleared away by Atlanta United.
Now Atlanta's got a chance to break. And pass lets him down a little bit. Santiago Suarez trying to play that ball through.
Sorto at center line for Orlando City. Back to Lucas Quinones. So left to right, it is Quinones, Johnson, Rodriguez, and Tanner Miller. That's the back line for Orlando City. 13, 39, 55, and 42. Looping it long. There's Miller. Much like we saw in the U-18s, not afraid to have that right back advance and cause trouble and numbers issues for defense for Atlanta United. Miller, edge of the 6. Ball popped up into the air. It was intended for Segura, and here comes Atlanta United once again. Long pass.
The ball just kind of floats off into the middle there. Now everybody's got to come back and kind of crawl back into play.
Mogodre, Sorto. Mogodre peels it back. Had a chance to hook up with Jacob Ramirez. Instead goes back to Sean Johnson. Quinones. Johnson. Here comes the pressure from Atlanta United. Quinones can't get out of the double team. Swept away.
The sprinklers are kicked on.
Well, just make
right
sure
next
that,
to us.
Well, that, and I'm keeping an eye on them because last time what happened with the sprinklers was that last week Maddie and I got kind of wet, as did the equipment. The equipment is the priority here. Back to Donaldson as Sorto gives chase. Long ball up the right-hand side. Atlanta United tracking it down, getting behind Quinones for Orlando City. Popped up toward the penalty spot. One hop. Tanner Miller tries to win possession for Orlando City, and a foul right on the edge of the 18. Orlando City taking their time here. Early 12th minute. Now you get the whistle to move things forward.
It'll take a little bit of air out of it. Atlanta's been really aggressive early on. They created the early opportunity. They've been kind of frisky in the midfield trying to win balls, and now Orlando, they're taking the air out of it. Now they can try to determine their own tempo.
Sorto. And a foul on Orlando City as they were trying to win possession back. Looks like the foul's on Jacob Garcia. Garcia getting a pat on the back from the man in the middle. And back to James Donaldson. And Donaldson to his right. Sorto stops the charge, and so they go back to Donaldson for the reset. Segura tries to close the distance for Orlando City. Popped up into the air, and here comes Atlanta United again, trying to get around yet another double team. 2-on-3, and you get a foul on Orlando City.
Referee being very vocal. With Orlando. This ball's down, trying to chase it as Williams. He's not going to be able to get to it. Gets a good wind sprint for his trouble, trying to chase that ball down. Had he gotten it, well, had he gotten to it, him having to haul tail for it, everyone in Orlando went, oh, he might get that. And they all run too. Forces a long throw, and actually it lets Atlanta build a little bit of pressure on that throw-in. Foul there in favor of Orlando, and they'll have a free kick at the edge of their defending third.
Early 14th minute here in the U-16 match for Orlando City and Atlanta United. John Nelson, Jared Smith here on the call. Thanks for accessing us however you are doing so this morning, large device or small. U-18s went to Orlando City 1-0. As the very busy soccer weekend for Atlanta United continues.
A chance for to stretch out their legs for Atlanta. Ball left a little bit short. Oh, nice little flick into play.
Couldn't quite keep control, and here comes Orlando City back the other way. Once again, Sorto in the middle of the park. We've seen a lot of him combining with Belgodre, 47 and 35. Pass too much, looking for Belgodre up the left. That'll end up being a throw for Atlanta United. Here early 15th minute, no score. Donaldson up the middle of the park. Chip up and over, past Tanner Miller. Miller thought it went over the far touchline. It did. It'll end up being a throw for the Young Lions. As there was a lot of velocity behind the pass, it ended up in the trees, and you don't have the help from the U-16s like the U-18s did.
No, not the U-16s also were not helping
No.
during the U-18 match because the ball kept landing in Orlando's side of their warm-ups when Atlanta was chasing a goal. They had zero interest in giving that ball
you wish
back
assistance with us in this matter? I'm not so sure.
quickly. This is the same philosophy I have with ball boys, that if your team hits the ball out, it needs to be back in play. If the other team puts the ball out, you need to lose it.
Yes. It's like, I don't know.
Oh, nice turn.
I don't know what you're referring to, sir.
I believe that's Tapia who had turned. Now he loses the ball and a chance for Orlando to get forward.
Jacob Ramirez, pass intended up the right-hand side, picked off easily, but here comes closing the distance. It's Orlando City. Belgodre and Sorto. Quinones back to Sean Johnson. Surveys up the left-hand side. Belgodre had Sorto clear out some space. Charges into the middle of the park from 20. Thought about it once and twice. Top of the D. Goes over to Tanner Miller. Miller will wind, and James Donaldson kept an eye on it at the near post.
That's really good from Orlando City, though, as you created all that gravity in the middle. You made it think middle, 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 and then you find the weak run on the right-hand side creates a dangerous opportunity. Good job of using gravity from Orlando.
Edgar Rodriguez playing a good work at center field. Was there to disrupt that pass by Atlanta United. And so Sean Johnson to Quinones up the left-hand side here. Halfway through the 17th minute, no score. Sorto and Belgodre with a bit of a drop step to try to keep possession. He couldn't quite do it. Cleared away by the Atlanta United defense. It'll end up being a throw about 10 yards or so from the corner flag near side. Let's take another peek.
Well, here's what I'm talking about. He just keeps working. You get the run from the right winger into the box. That little diagonal run pulls the defender with and creates that blanket, that empty space there. And then you get the late run into that space where he's able to get in. He tries to take a tight angle shot that's covered nicely by Donaldson, but it's good work of just manipulating space and manipulating defense, man.
Jacob Garcia had possession, tried to do a bit of an alley-oop to himself over the defender, but it ends up going straight to James Donaldson for Atlanta United.
Look, I respect anybody who's willing to try and do that.
Especially before lunch on a Saturday morning.
We're not kids anymore, John.
No.
These kids can do that.
Yes.
You and I cannot.
And that's why we talk about it as opposed to attempting to do it.
A little bit of heavy touch there. Now Atlanta's got to get right back on the defensive side of things. Nolan Lancaster's pass a little bit heavy.
Into the middle, and Jacob Ramirez. Defenders closing from every angle for Atlanta United. They give it into the middle to Jose Segura. Segura tried to pop it over his right shoulder, got possession back, dispossessed the second time. Nicely done there by Garcia to win it back for Orlando City. Cuts it to his right, edge of the 18, dispossessed. Well done there by Atlanta United.
Oh, good idea. Amir Henry trying to just flick that on to the run. I believe it was Brown, or not Brown, but Christian Williams would have been making that run. He'd have had him on goal. It's good defensive work from Orlando. Just sometimes being in the way is all it takes, man.
Back and forth continues between Atlanta United and Orlando City here. Halfway through the 19th minute, Orlando City in possession. Pressure from behind by Atlanta United. Goes back to Sean Johnson, the back line, one of the center backs for Orlando City.
Atlanta not being shy at all about their physicality either.
Racania found Belgodre. 1-on-2. He has Segura. Pulled it back to Sorto. Sorto to Quinones. Quinones wanted to go inside the 18, turned into a 1v2, pulled it back. And Ramirez back to Sean Johnson again. Johnson directing a little traffic to Edgar Rodriguez. Rodriguez stops start to his left, Tanner Miller.
It's a good job of changing the point of attack. And now if you're Orlando, try and take advantage of the space you created. And there you go.
Jacob Garcia wants to launch with the left. Defense is there. Pulls it a little further out. Cuts it back to his right. Almost wobbled over the ball. Kept possession, gave to Sorto. Pushed forward. It's going to be a corner over on the far side. Defense was there for Atlanta United as Orlando City wanted to try and get something off the ground from about 16 yards away.
Unable to do so, but they get themselves a corner in the process here in the 20th minute. Orlando hasn't had a clear-cut chance yet, but we saw this from the 18s where it kind of took them a little bit of time to get their engine running, and then they became very dangerous as the game went on. We'll see the 16s follow that model here with their first corner.
Jacob Garcia will be an in-swinger with the left. Both hands in the air. In-swinger tight near post, headed up and away. It'll be corner number 2 as it bounces off the plexi and the observation platform.
Man, that's impressive to get that much air under that observation deck. It's not as close as you think it is.
No, it's not. Let's take another look.
It's an in-swinging ball. Just get high, just get rid of it. We can fight another day if you're Atlanta. Just stay composed and stay organized. If you're the U-16s for Atlanta, both hands go in the air. Another in-swinging ball. This one into the box. Headed. Somehow goes off the top of the head. Out and in for a goal. Orlando City. Well, John, they find their first goal.
Early 22nd minute in Orlando City. As we take another look at it.
And Jose Segura
goes through the 6, chopped down, and then easily smashed into the back of the net. And it's 1-0 to the visitors once again. Opportune positioning, so Jose Segura.
Yeah, it's just one of those that it goes over Donaldson's hands when he comes out for it. I thought it might have been. I thought it was going to be headed in when it went over his hand. Skips off of somebody's head for Orlando City. They're right back on the attack. Then it's just pushed back in. Segura's open and just slam dunk.
Garcia looking for Sorto. Big wind and smash. And understandably, after Jose Segura just winds up from about a foot away.
Not sure who that is.
That is not the
for Atlanta.
That is not the most pleasant feeling when you get a soccer ball launched at you from 12 inches.
No. And it's going to hurt for a minute. He's getting checked out. A couple players grabbing water as those feelings of summer ending might be fading right now because I think it's supposed to get up to 80 today.
Yes. So this is where you have to dress for multiple conditions. You have to dress for the early morning, and you know it's going to be different than it will be in the afternoon or even right now.
75 right now. Feels like 77. But when you're expecting fall.
The weather, yes. The weather tombstone. I love it when that pops up.
You're hoping for fall and you don't get it. Orlando back on the attack. Feeling a little froggy after getting that first goal. They've grown into it in the last few minutes. Ball's deflected, and that should go out for another corner for Orlando.
Third in a row in about 2 minutes for the visitors here. And so Jacob Garcia being very, very active at the far corner flag. First time near post, second time far post, and that created the slam dunk opportunity for Segura. So let's see what happens here. Both hands in the air once again for Garcia. Near post. Allowed through, and it snuck in at the near post. It looked like the defender for Atlanta United was going out to challenge. And the ball sneaks in at the near post, and it's 2-0 Orlando City.
And just like that, you get what it's got to go down as an Olympico, I believe.
I think, yeah.
Let's take a look at it. It's kind of a weird situation. In swinger, it looks like defender's going to get a body to it, and he just kind of jumps to maybe let Donaldson have it, and then it goes inside of Donaldson and inside the post, and all of a sudden, Atlanta United's U-16s trail 2-0 in the 25th minute.
2 goals in quick succession, both off of corners, creating it all. And so now how do the U-16s respond here, down 2-0?
Well, they got to get a little composure back in them. They were starting on the front foot really well, John, and then you give up those corners, you give up goals off of both of them. Both of them kind of weird. The first one is that it's going to the back post. Goalkeeper goes for it, doesn't get it, gets pushed back into the box, and then you get an open attacker. And then that last one's just weird, where there's, I'm guessing, a miscommunication between the defender and the goalkeeper. And all of a sudden, you had felt good about yourself up to that point, but now you're down 2-0, and you got to reach down into yourself and make sure you can settle your feet.
So here comes Atlanta United up the right-hand side. Edgar Rodriguez once again, one of the 2 center backs for Orlando City, he and Sean Johnson. Rodriguez with the clear, so I'm going to say 15 yards away from the corner flag. Over on the far side, it'll be a throw for Atlanta United. Going long with the throw off the one hop. Bookended, cleared away.
Trying to see if you can create something with that long throw, but now you got to be careful going the other way with Orlando coming down on the full cavalry charge.
Sorto to Belgodre. Belgodre will slow things down. Just inside 30 yards away from net. He'll go all the way over to the right-hand side. Wanting to launch with the left, blocked by the defense of Atlanta United right at the edge of the 18, and so now transition is there. 3 defenders for Orlando City. Quinones looking over both shoulders and draws the foul, so it'll go back to Orlando City there.
Amir Henry goes shoulder into back there. He's trying to get square to him to try and knock him off the ball, but not able to get shoulder to shoulder with him. Arm gets extended out. You're not going to get the benefit of that one.
Rucania sent everybody forward. Back line for Atlanta United. Tries to advance the ball. Jacob Ramirez with the 3rd header in succession. Looped up over the top. Sean Johnson there for Orlando City, trying to shield and keep possession for the visitors. It's a great battle there on the 2v2. Johnson comes away with it.
He keeps it in, but maybe not for the best there, as Atlanta had gotten it back, but then a giveaway. It's all going to work out for Orlando.
Chested down, Belgodre knocked down, and they're going to get the foul on Atlanta United.
Wasn't sure he was going to blow the whistle there. Waited a half second longer than I thought he was. Thought he was going to let play continue before he blew it down. I don't think it was the wrong call. I just was surprised it took him so long.
Rodriguez to Jacob Garcia. Tanner Miller. Cuts it inside and just inside the edge of the 18 at the far elbow. Give to Ramirez. Ramirez thought about it. Comes over to the near side and Belgodre. Belgodre chips it toward the edge of the 6 with the left. Gets the rebound back edge of the 18. He's got Ramirez with him. That's where he goes.
Good
Quick 1-2. Opportunity is there. Kick save. Donaldson to keep it at 2-0 full extension.
Well, Donaldson's got to step up there. Defense just not able to get things cleared out for Atlanta United's U-16s. Has kind of been rattled off their feet here. Good little 1-2. Tries to go to the near post. James Donaldson makes himself big and gets that kick save, but now, John, it's another dreaded corner.
Yes. 2 goals in 3 minutes off of corners for Orlando City. So Garcia directing a little traffic. As I'm looking at it, that doesn't look like it's anywhere on the arch.
But Atlanta still got to stop it, and they head this one down and away. Still got to deal with the recycled set piece, though.
Garcia cuts it back to his right after getting it back from Belgodre. Some figure eights to keep possession at the edge of the 18. He'll go back to Belgodre here. Nice 1-2 inside the 18. Chip with the left, cleared.
And it's just a moment of ball watching from Ivy Covington there on that 1-2. Covington peeks over, and as he peeks over, they execute that 1-2, and he's a half step behind. As you watch him, he's defending, watching. It's just a half step, and at this speed, you got to be running with him. And that ball is even more so not on the line.
That is the full width of a foot.
We're just going to keep pushing
away from the arc, eventually be toward the edge of the 18.
If you're not being told to move it back, you do what you can.
No. Donaldson punch clear, headed back in toward the 6, popped up into the air. Donaldson will grab and keep it out.
That's from Donaldson bending his wrists around the post to make sure that if he doesn't hang on to it, it's going to drop outside the post. Another risky set piece there for Atlanta United's U-16s. Trying to find inside. Christian Williams. Williams tries to shoot. That's blocked. Amir Henry. Henry, little body feint. Shoots, and it's going to be right to the feet of David Requena.
Johnson and Graham were the first 2 to try to defend for Orlando City and force the redirection of the attack. But by the end of it all, Requena had it tracked down. So it's still 2-0 to the visitors here as we turn 32nd minute. Thanks for hanging out with us here on atlutd.com/live. Atlanta United Academy Soccer, the U-16s, Atlanta United in Orlando City, presented by our friends at Children's Healthcare of Atlanta.
I'm taking a look at that where he gets the punch to it. It's not cleared all the way, and then it's headed straight up in the air, and then it's kind of a tricky catch, but these set pieces have been an adventure defending for Atlanta United's U-16s. They got to just focus down, though, because they got plenty of time to go find a couple goals of their own and bring this back level.
Keeper Twister kept it at 2-0 up the left-hand side. Once again, it's Belgodre.
Good wheels from Belgodre.
Cuts it to his right, inside the 18. Tries to get top of the D. Swing and a miss by Garcia. He was prevented from taking a full swing by the defense for Atlanta United. They'll come back with possession. Nice imagination here trying to work it up the middle, but then you have Rodriguez with the poke away. And
Rodriguez had to get that right, and he does a great job because he had Amir Henry bearing down on him. If he doesn't get that pushed off to the side, Amir Henry's 1v the keeper. Seen Atlanta try a couple of these little flicks to get on, and Rodriguez has to get that poked just right and not commit the foul, and he does just those things.
10 yards away from the corner flag. Possession lost by Atlanta United there, so it goes back to Orlando City. Goal kick.
And just Demola Brown losing concentration for a minute. That ball's bouncing. He just takes his eye off of it. It bounces off of him and goes out, and that's a wasted opportunity for the 16s. They just got to buckle down.
Heading toward the 34th minute, 2 goals in 3 minutes. Jose Segura and Jacob Garcia. And Orlando City on top 2-0. It's going to stick with the visitors here for yet another throw. Gain another couple of yards on the throw.
Again, if you're not told to move it back, then keep going.
Yeah.
Same thing with the corner.
Mm-hmm.
If you can move the ball a couple inches, you're going to do it. If you can move your throw in up a couple inches, you're going to do it. Make them stop you.
Segura fouled, so it's a chance for Quinones, who's looked practically every direction trying to release. He finally does. Found Segura, last touched by Atlanta United in front of the Five Stripes bench for a throw for the visitors. Quinones, Segura. Got it through to Garcia. Shot by Orlando City. Well away from the target, goal kick, James Donaldson.
Good from Atlanta, getting out of jail a bit here. Now see if they can make something out of it.
Ethan Graham tried to play it off of the Atlanta United defender. Didn't quite work, and so now possession at the edge of the 18.
Covington got forced into having to go fast there.
Miller and Rodriguez there defending. Header up and away by Sean Johnson.
Good job of crowding out by Orlando. Job's not done, though. See if Covington can make something out of it. Gives up to Bond. His first ball's deflected away. He'll come back to Bond. Tries to get it back to Covington, and this thing's going to fire up into the sky. It'll come down sometime later this weekend.
Jacob Ramirez looking long, trying to hook up with Jacob Garcia. He does. Garcia, edge of the 18, shouldered away from the ball. Cleared away by the Five Stripes on defense, but not all the way out. Belgodre. Sorto. Into the middle, and Ethan Graham. Back to Jacob Ramirez. Over to Edgar Rodriguez. He's got Tanner Miller to his right. Instead wants to go down the middle, looking for
Flags up offside.
Jacob Garcia, and the flag is up. 37th minute, 2-0. Goals in the 22nd and the 25th have us where we are right now here in suburban Atlanta. Children's Healthcare of Atlanta training ground with Atlanta United and Orlando City playing advantage here. Here comes the Five Stripes down the left.
Oh, a little bit too heavy on the pass. A good little sequence from Atlanta, playing in traffic, trying to find their way through. Not able to finish the job. And again, this mistiming that bounce and those little things right now for the 16s where they're just a little bit out of sync with themselves. You know, it's not watching a ball all the way down off your foot or misreading the bounce and having to recycle things instead of keeping the pressure on.
Back to Donaldson. Sorto and Garcia keeping an eye on what's going on, so they weren't about to make a rash move. Ricania with the easy hop and the fall. Got under it a little too much towards center circle. Head tennis stopped at 5 before it hit the ground. Back to Donaldson.
Donaldson's got to get rid of that, and he does.
Garcia was buzzing the tower in that opportunity. Foul on Ramirez. You see Jacob Ramirez reach over with that big right arm, grab the shoulder. Contact made. They're going to call the foul.
Yeah, you can do a lot of things. But if it's a hold in football, it's going to be a foul here.
Well, and even more so as a very tall U-16 player, you're going to be looking at a player and thinking, okay, they're more imposing a figure, and so.
Yeah, and we see it so often with some of these bigger players that I mean, as you're more physical, you have to deal with the fact that it is going to be physical and that you might be held to a unique standard. It's a free kick for Atlanta. It twisted nicely into the box, good spot, and it deflects off ahead, I believe, for a corner, yes.
3 players going up 2 for Orlando City, 1 for Atlanta United. Let's take a peek.
You take a look at it, and it's just kind of floating down there to the front post. You get the corner now, that in-swinging corner. Trying to find something at the edge of the 6. Eventually, Orlando clears it away.
Jacob Ramirez. But not all the way out. Here comes Atlanta United, this time up the left-hand side in the attacking half.
Looking for that back post to Covington. If Covington can bring it down, he can. Covington, takes a touch. Trying to get inside, trying to spin a shot, and it's not going to curl enough as it goes outside the far post. Not a terrible idea, just could not wrap his foot around it enough to spin it inside that far post.
Early 41st minute, 2-0 to the visitors, and here's another look at it.
Take a look, and it's a 1v1. Gets the step to the inside, and you don't hate the idea there because he gets the step, he gets the angle. He just can't bend it enough and get the accuracy right to put it where he needs to. And 41st minute, Orlando sitting pretty. They just got to try and minimize those moments for Atlanta so that in their eyes, Atlanta can't build some momentum as they get a foul in the midfield. Atlanta's got to make sure their frustration doesn't boil over. Like we said, John, there's still time for them to find goals in this game, and we know that they've shown they can get creative in the attack.
There's the play up forward, and then Garcia is grabbed in the process of advancing into the attacking half, and then that's where we are right here. Ramirez up and over, and the flag is up, offside on Jacob Garcia. Donaldson wasting 0 time. Graham, Ramirez, out to the right, and Belgodre. Belgodre's been playing either side.
Belgodre's been all over the field, but he's also running like he doesn't have a battery that expires right now. If Red Bond's been chasing him around.
Quick back and forth with Garcia and Graham to get things started. Quinones back to Sean Johnson. Mercania up the middle. Graham. Rodriguez. Jacob Garcia. Tanner Miller. Starts, stops. Pulls it back on the 360. You mentioned folks getting a whole lot of real estate. Jacob Garcia was looking for a foul after he was taken down, didn't get the whistle.
Got to play through it. And now foul coming back. It'll be a foul for Atlanta. Referee just kind of let that one play out to see if it would play to an advantage. It did not, so he brings it back.
Yep. Let's take another peek.
Maybe a bit surprising he let it go as long as he did with the advantage, but you do have the advantage there.
So Atlanta United working from left to right. Skips the middle of the process.
Nolan Lancaster with a rather painful clearance off Garcia's face.
Yes.
Well, he's trying to play quick down the left-hand side, and Garcia had closed him down. Orlando stepping up their line even more. You look at their entire line shifting up. They're going to try and condense the field here. Atlanta's going to try and go long. But Orlando really comfortable in that right now.
Rodriguez, 2 headers on defense. Graham in the challenge there.
No one knew where the ball was.
Wins it, and here comes Sorto. Belgodre to his left. How many times have we said that in the first half?
Fred Bond with another tough challenge on him. Belgodre gets him to commit, gets inside.
Belgodre back to Graham.
It's a good ball to the outside.
Sorto. Belgodre, Garcia on the pole. And Jacob Garcia was like, what did I do? But it was quite the pull off the right shoulder
It was a pull.
inside the 18. Graham trying to close down after the ball ended up going from right to left.
Taking the over on fouls may not have been the worst idea with this game as
True.
it goes along.
Yes.
And some of them just tactical fouls. You know, you're trying to stop that break and stop that buildup. Donaldson looking long. Ball's headed down, and Santi Suarez trying to win that back for Atlanta, and now trying to pitch that forward with Donaldson way off his line, and Atlanta's got to be careful.
Here comes Segura. Cuts it to the outside, edge of the 18, cuts it back to Jacob Garcia. He's got Sorto inside the 18, goes to Belgodre instead. Belgodre cuts it back to his right, calms it down and trickling wide, and Jacob Ramirez knew he didn't quite hit it as well as he wanted. Goes wide of the near post, and James Donaldson goes into the high and wide grass.
3 minutes of stoppage time here at the end of the first half. That's one of those where, especially with Donaldson's that far forward,
Yep.
Atlanta needed a little more urgency on the ball. They got turned over in a dangerous situation at the edge of their defensive third.
Sorto
Orlando chasing more and more. Foul on Orlando.
So Sorto unsuccessful on that sortie.
Oh, he's trying to provide that pressure. Orlando's looking for more. There's a long ball down the left-hand side. See if Christian Williams could bring it down.
Graham back to Rodriguez. Rodriguez, nicely done to keep it hopping along the far touchline, but Jacob Garcia couldn't keep control. Here comes Atlanta United again.
And Williams had tried to keep his line. He was unable to do so.
And the flag is up.
It's not a bad idea there. But Nolan Lancaster had stepped up and made that run as a center back, trying to help provoke the defense and break the shape a bit. Christian Williams trying to get back on side so he could make that run, just a half step late doing just that.
Segura causing problems for the Atlanta United back line, and you're going to get a foul and a late set piece. And you're going to get a card as Jacob Garcia was chasing after a brace.
We take a look at it, and the ball just bounces around, and Orlando's just the first to those second balls right now.
So, say, just outside at 35 yards away from goal. Looks like Jacob Garcia is hanging over it.
Imagine try and might go back post here to see if you can push something back to the middle.
Both hands in the air.
Yeah, you get that long run to the back post, and it's headed on, and it's going to be a goal for Orlando City. They find their third just before the half. Jose Segura puts it in the back of the net. They went right down the middle with that set piece as we take a look at it, John. Two hands in the air. Right down the middle, he goes up, he wins it, puts it in the corner. Donaldson tries to get to that post covered, but from that distance, a tough ask for Atlanta United's goalkeeper, and they trail 3-0 just before the half.
Seguro officially with his brace, first in the 22nd minute that made it 1-0. Then this goal here at 45 plus 2 that makes it 3-0. And that'll do for the first 45. Jacob Garcia with the goal in the middle 3 minutes after Seguro's first. 3-0 to the visitors after the first 45 plus.
I thought Atlanta came out on fire in the first 10, 15 minutes. John looked really good, created early chances. Orlando gets 2 corners, well, really 3 corners in the matter of 3 minutes and scores on 2 of them. The second one's a weird one where it's basically an Olympico because of a miscommunication. But ever since then, it just looked like wobbly legs from Atlanta, and they were not able to refocus. They created a couple of moments, but Orlando's still very dangerous, and then you thinking maybe we can go in 2-0 with some momentum, and you give up that back-breaking goal right before the break. Atlanta's got to get their legs back. You can't score 3 goals at once, but you start with one coming out of the break here to build some momentum. That's the first step for the Atlanta United U-16s.
And we will come back here a little before the start of the second 45 to let you know how the second 45 goes. Here on atlutd.com/live. Score at the break in the U-16s, Atlanta United and Orlando City. The visitors lead at 3-0. Stick and stay. We'll be back at the beginning of the second half. Welcome back to the Children's Healthcare of Atlanta training ground, getting ready for the second half of the U-16s. Atlanta United down 3 goals to the visitors from Orlando City. Let's take a look at how we got to this particular moment in time. John Nelson alongside Jared Smith. Activity brought to us by our friends at Children's Healthcare of Atlanta. We get you ready for the second 45. And, Jared, it was 2 goals in quick succession that got Orlando out to the quick start.
Well, you see this first one, it goes over the top of the hands, and then it kind of takes a deflection off the top of the head, gets fired back into the box, put it into the back of the net. And we take a look here at the second one. This one's a weird one. It looks like the defender's trying to block it. Then he decides not to at the last second. Will he, won't he? And then James Donaldson's kind of hung out to dry. Then you get the third goal right before halftime. It's a free kick, dropped right into the center, right on the 6. Jose Segura wins it, gets his brace, John, and all of a sudden, Atlanta United U-16, are down 3-0. And the question I have is, there have been moments in this first 45 where you got out-hustled. You got out-worked. You got 45 minutes now. You might not find 3 or 4 goals, but what can you show me? This is for these kids, for these teenagers. This is a growth moment, and it's about developing both mentally and physically. And if you want to keep developing mentally and physically, today's match is presented by Children's Healthcare of Atlanta, the official sports medicine provider for Atlanta United Academy. They are Georgia's only nationally ranked program specifically designed for teen athletes. Go to CHOA.org/teens to learn more.
Visitors in Orlando City in their dress grays. Looked more white to me, but I guess it was the angle of the sun when we started off things here today. So it's dress grays for Orlando City. They're going to be going from left to right as you watch the second 45 here. Atlanta United, the 5 stripes in their dress blacks, they're going to be going from right to left. Early opportunity there for David Ricania to come outside of his own 18. Comes up a little gimpy after making contact with that. I think it was probably the quick start that he needed to make to jump outside of his 18. So we'll keep an eye on David Ricania here in the second 45.
Grabbing at that ankle just a little bit, and we'll see if, with James Donaldson on the ball, gives it up to Nolan Lancaster. We'll see if Atlanta United's U-16s are able to make a little bit of noise here in the few minutes, because, again, there's no such thing as, a 3-goal goal. There's not a 3-pointer, but you start with the first, and if you can get the first and kind of make them think about it early on here in the second 45, then you start building on that. And then you try and build something positive to take away from a game like this where you struggled in the second half of the first 45 minutes.
Foul was committed on Jacob Garcia. Garcia scored the second goal off of that corner. I guess we're going to go ahead and call it an Olympico. So,
I mean, it was such a weird situation where we went, that's a corner. It's in the back of the net.
Yeah.
That's step 3. Step 2 is just a big question mark.
So all of the activity in the middle is kind of a blur. We know something happened.
Santi Suarez trying to turn on it, not able to create a dangerous situation.
Tanner Miller, bump from behind, foul on Atlanta United.
Referee's walking over. Why are you doing this? Talking to Christian Williams. It's just the referee's arms are out. What are you doing?
2.5 minutes into the second half, and here comes Orlando City again. Edgar Rodriguez. No changes in the 11s for either side that we can see. Backline left to right looks like it is still Quinones, Sean Johnson, Edgar Rodriguez, and Tanner Miller. Raquena in net. It is Jacob Ramirez wearing the captain's armband alongside Ethan Graham in the midfield, Jacob Garcia, Gabe Sorto, Matthew Belgodre, and Jose Segura wearing 59 up top. And speaking of Tanner Miller, Miller up the right-hand side.
Miller just took that away. He just out-hustled him for it. You know, he goes up on that ball over the top. He wins it, then he wins the foot race for it. Now Miller's got to get back, though, in that little bit of vacated space, see if Atlanta can create something. And touch is just a little bit too heavy. Bucky trying to get it into the middle of the field.
Miller
here just trying to dribble through 3 people.
Got through 2 of them, but here comes Atlanta United all over again. Ethan Graham closing the distance, and it will end up being a throw for Atlanta United in front of their own bench. Graham. A couple of quick 1-2s, and coming out of there is Gabe Sorto. Off to his left, and Matthew Belgodre. Quinones.
Kevin Matrano has checked in for Atlanta as this ball's over the top. Looks like he's onside. And fired wide. Garcia was in 1v1. Unable to keep it on. And now the flag comes up.
Might have been why it was so
very casual. Yeah, he might have been why he was, but the linesman was just so casual about that being off. He just kept waiting for it. Like, he's not giving it. He's not giving it. Now a turnover from Atlanta in the middle. Oh, and a nice slide tackle.
Big launch once again, just wide near post Jacob Garcia. So Jacob Garcia, 2 quick opportunities, 1 offside, 1 was wide. So Garcia had the second goal in the 25th minute, trying to add to that here in the late 50th as we get into the 51st minute, 3-0 Orlando City.
And just moments where it's just kind of plotting for Atlanta there. Didi Cibrian comes back, makes a great tackle there to stop what would have been a golden opportunity for Orlando to add a fourth. You just got to wake up on that back line. Orlando's making you fight for it. You got to fight back as this ball's crossed in just outside the post. Christian Williams almost curls that in. That might have whispered at the outside of the post as it goes out for a goal kick, but firing a shot across the bow. Did not miss by much was Christian Williams.
And that's what you were talking about as we're getting ready for the second 45. Is like that, you know, short of Moneyball sections of matches and maybe roller games where you got the 3-goal goal. Chance here, header opportunity, and misses.
Cleared off the line.
Cleared off the line. Chance was there in transition for Orlando City for Garcia, who has been very, very active here in the second 45. Cleared off the line by the defense of Atlanta United.
We take a look, and it's down the left-hand side. Atlanta's trying to get switched on defensively. We got a free runner at the back post. Tries to head that down. It might have been going wide of the post, but it's still great defensive work for the overhead kick. Or not a full overhead, but just kind of clear it over his head. And just not tracking runners at the back post there for the 16s.
And I think the fact that there was a little air under the header by Garcia helped out to be able to get it away from the line and clear it to keep it at 3.
Good step
Graham into the middle. Sorto to his left. Gets the return inside the D, wants to wind and fire. Blocked, but kept. Segura. The ever-active Jacob Garcia. Had a window, and Donaldson had it tracked at the near post.
Bucky, yes, he slipped a little bit. Garcia took that opportunity, tried to go near post on him. It's on target. It's just a good job of James Donaldson not selling out to the far post and being able to get down and make the save.
You might be able to hear it now. We mentioned weather in the first 45 with the sun, and so now the wind is at the back of Atlanta United in the second 45. So it's either sunlight or wind or whatever meteorological happening is going on here. Wind at the back of Atlanta United as they go from right to left here in the second 45.
There's Kevin Medrano on it. Medrano, I believe, replacing Demola Brown. And trying to whip that in, and it'll be out for a corner for Atlanta. Let's see if they make something out of it.
Off of Sean Johnson. Johnson was trying to intercede and ends up making contact with the head. So it ends up being a corner at the far post. Take another look. Keep an eye on 39, middle of your screen. Right there. There's the contact by Sean Johnson. So let's see what Atlanta United has in mind here. Halfway through the 54th minute, down 3-0.
Low end swinger trying to flick that on, unable to do so. Goes off of somebody's shoulder. And
that looks like Tanner Miller might be getting either a discussion or a card.
It looks like just a discussion. Good work from the ref in that situation. Just you're establishing where the line is, maybe giving him a warning. Goes off of Miller's head, then off his shoulder, but then Miller catches his man, and now you get a dangerous free kick for Atlanta. It's close. It's kind of weird. You're going to want to try and get this not really on frame because of the angle, but where you can try and get it onto somebody's head. That guy's marked up at the Suarez marked up at the top of the 18.
And as you say, you can't get 3 once, but you can get 1 3 times.
Yep. Medrano trying to feint to the back post. McDonough just outside the post.
Just missed. It's a great, well thought out play. Header just misses wide to the far post from that particular opportunity. Let's take another peek.
No, Medrano's just feinting to the back post over and over and over again. And it's Amir Henry, I believe, who gets ahead to it, and you just can't turn it inside the post.
And here comes the pressure from Atlanta United.
You got to continue this pressure if you're going to step like this.
Tanner Miller, the give and go, got the go, and he's up the right-hand side. Heels clicked, kept his progress, 25 yards. Tried to cut it to his left. Defense was there for the 5 stripes.
Good from, I believe, Lancaster was able to get that. Suarez going to leave it a little bit short. Medrano's able to stay on it. Medrano off to the left-hand side. Christian Williams. He's got Medrano if he wants him. He'll take him. Medrano getting down to the end line. Nice tackle.
Well done twice. Nicely done by Edgar Rodriguez. 1 to keep it from going over the end line, to keep it from being a corner. And then just sending it away to turn it into a throw for Atlanta United about 10 yards or so away from the corner flag here near side. Headed up and away.
Lancaster.
That ball kind of got caught up into the breeze a little bit.
Yeah, it did. Ricania, I think, got fooled a little bit by it. He did a good job of staying with it, not panicking, kind of tapping it to himself. But yeah, I think you're right. I think the breeze picked up just a little bit as Lancaster gets that back to Donaldson.
Segura chasing right now, trying to get back defensively. It's 2 on 4. Atlanta United trying to set something up on the left-hand side.
Santi Suarez Tries to cross that in off, and it'll be a corner for Atlanta.
Segura was there that time. Let's take a peek.
Here's that ball that kind of sailed a bit, John. Like the wind picked up right as he hit it, and almost like it gave it a little bit of oomph. But he did a good job of just getting a touch to it and kind of juggling it to himself. I thought the ref was going to mention the ball on the line. Like, that one's on the line, man.
Water bottle alert, making
water
sure it was
bottle,
away
it's
from
fine.
the end line.
Orlando deals with it nicely now. Atlanta's got to get in shape for a counter from Orlando.
Belgodre stopped in his tracks after a bit of a run.
They'll pull it. They'll slow it down just a little bit here.
Sorto tried to combine with Jacob Ramirez. Touch was too hard, so it'll be a throw for the home side, down 3-0, chasing after their first goal here in the second 45, halfway through the 58th minute.
Good work to get it in. Somehow. I have no real idea how Ivory Covington got that in. David Ricania collapses over it. He had two guys on him. Somehow he managed to hit a little rocket into the box. No one on the receiving end for the U-16s.
Ricania, foot into football toward the edge of center circle. Segura, second challenge fell on Segura. It's going to go back the other way.
Segura a little bit aggressive in the challenge there. We take another look at this going down the right-hand side. And it's just like yes and, yes and, yes and. Suarez tried to leave that off. Gets deflected now for Orlando with a chance. In the middle of the park as Atlanta's trying to get reorganized.
Ramirez looking for Sorto. And
Sorto's going to pick up a yellow.
Yep. Sorto's challenge.
Leg a little bit high coming in there. Also might be just the number of fouls for both teams in this game. I think everybody's on a foul watch right now.
So everybody's on PI watch. Persistent infringement.
This is one of those games in the NCAA tournament where we would be keeping track of who's on 4 fouls.
Yes.
And the answer is everyone.
Yes. The answer is yes.
Good work from Orlando. Now they've got numbers coming back.
Up the left-hand side, Belgodre in a full sprint inside the 18. Bumped off the ball once and twice. Hand fighting doesn't keep possession, but Sorto upended.
That's Medrano who fouls him, and Medrano's going to get a yellow for his trouble. It's good work from the center backs dealing with that pressure from Begodrin. And Medrano tries to win that joust and just comes in and collects him.
So if it is a set piece, the equation is equal to Jacob Garcia. So you're looking just inside 30 yards.
Segura sitting on a hat trick. A couple subs getting ready for the Atlanta United U-16s. They come in on the next break. No sense in making the changes right now. You're marked up for this.
Both hands in the air. Garcia tried to go through the ground floor. Deflected easily, grabbed for Donaldson. Will send everybody forward. Ball gets caught up in the breeze. Gets another couple of yards added to it. Full sprint. 2 defenders are there. Quinones heads it back to Ricania to calm things down.
Amir Henry trying to chase that down. Nicely handled from Orlando's back line, though. No panic. Just you've got the bounce in your favor. Head it back to the keeper. Nobody panicked in that situation. It's how you had to deal with it. And now you're just going to come the other way and have the exact same situation. The wind is just kind of picking its times to want to play with the ball. It's not consistent. There's a little bit of chaos at play with that. But here in the 62nd minute, Orlando's so far weathering Atlanta's pressure, but Atlanta hasn't been able to generate as many good looks as they probably like. A really nice ball over to the right-hand side. And Covington lost his footing after bringing that ball down,
Is it Tristan Lee?
Might have been.
And here comes Orlando quickly. Once again, Jacob Garcia.
Yeah, it is Tristan Lee. Excuse me. Thank you. It's Tristan Lee over there.
Jacob Ramirez.
Fred Bond wins a foul.
Called for the foul, and so that means that coming in soon, 57 Andres Alvarez and 59 Jason Munoz, and now the soon is now.
Well, you didn't want to make the change during that set piece because you're marked up. You don't want to change your markings. You don't want to mess with anything, especially after Orlando has burned you on 3 set pieces. You don't want to take any additional risk there. So we'll see how Atlanta lines up with the changes.
So Christian Williams' day is done, as is Santi Suarez. 57-59 in, 84 and 37 out for Atlanta United.
This ball crossed right in, and it's going to fall. Comes out of the hands of Requena, but cleaned up nicely by Orlando, and now we get a foul.
And it might have been contact on Requena because Requena.
I don't know. An Orlando player, I think, is
friendly
still,
fire?
No, an Orlando player is still down over here in the corner. I think he got a little extra push.
Okay.
As we take a look at it, yeah, it's a little bit of an extra push, so he's still down there in the corner. That's where I think the foul is.
It's Jacob Ramirez who's down for Orlando City. Now he's back up on his feet.
We got subs as well. Alberto Perez Chang and Jude Royas coming in for Orlando.
And so that means that the day is done for Gabe Sorto. And the day is done for Jacob Garcia. Garcia got the second goal of the 3 that Orlando City have on the board. Got that one in the 25th minute, the one that we talk about off of the second one off of the corner piece that we're calling an Olympico because of just the lack of contact after.
Referee telling him just go ahead and play the ball.
Yep, it's all good.
The ball takes a little bit of wind there. They want the handball. It's not going to be given. That's deflected. That's going to possibly stay in for Orlando in an attacking sequence. It will. Orlando maintains possession at the edge of the attacking third.
Played back to Ethan Graham. Out to the left-hand side. Trying to shoulder Ramirez off the ball. They finally do. Here comes Atlanta United from right to left. Munoz pulls it back with his first touch, looking for Tristan Lee, and Tristan Lee has some space.
He's going to take a shot and got a little too much backspin on it. The ball just took off on him. Ambitious effort.
Checking the flags off to our right. Let's take another look at it, how the play ended up.
You can maybe be able to hear the wind really picking up.
Yep. Flag is up. As Belgodre was trying to run underneath it.
Atlanta's got to chase this down, get it back in play. 67th minute, Atlanta trailing 3-0 with 3 first-half goals, all offset pieces for Orlando City.
Quinones shielding and trying to keep it away from Atlanta United. It ended up being a goal kick for Requena and Orlando City here halfway through the 67th minute.
It's good from Quinones. He's got 2 attackers on him. He's able to play that off. Referee waving play on, trying to keep the game moving here. Orlando happy to take some air out of it, slow things down. They're in a good position. Atlanta just trying to find something to build on here. We talked about it, John, that one of those games where it's not going your way, it's a character development game.
Yep.
Show me something. Show me some emotional development.
Royas, nice look-see and working its way back heel. Try to create a chance there on Donaldson. Did not combine the way that they were looking from Tanner Miller, now playing more of an inside run on that particular possession. But here comes Atlanta United back the other way. Sean Johnson getting in the way. Wins possession away for Orlando City. He's going to go long. Ball kind of get caught up into the air, chested down. Here comes Atlanta United once again from the back line just inside their center circle.
Munoz takes a hit, or excuse me, Medrano took a hit. Medrano's still down. Munoz in on the attack. Atlanta trying to find something to create, and it pops straight up in the air and pulled down by Requena. And Medrano's still down. Referee's going to stop play for a second. He'll hand out a yellow card. Take a look at the attack.
Let's look at Roy is there doing the quick slide down to force possession further down toward the end line. Late 69th minute here. Once again, goals on the board. Jose Segura with a brace in the 22nd and at 45 plus 2. Jacob Garcia scored in the 25th to make it 2-0 at the time.
It's Munoz playing that ball to Amir Henry. Amir Henry is shifted, for what it's worth, over to the left-hand side because Alvarez playing up top right now. So
here's goal number 2 on the day. That was the Garcia Olympico. And that got us to where we are right now.
Fred Bond tried to cut that off and create something, ends up rolling all the way through. It doesn't really hurt Atlanta in that situation because it rolls all the way through, but a risky jump at that pass. And Bond will throw it back in for the 16s.
Belgodre couldn't quite keep up with it for Orlando City. Donaldson out to his left.
That ball had some heat.
Segura tried to close the distance a little bit. Munoz finds some activity and some space on the right-hand side for the attack for Atlanta United. Tristan Lee working a combination. Headed out by Sean Johnson. Jacob Ramirez now for Orlando City. Up the right-hand side. Perez Chang working with Ramirez and Quinones on an overlapping run. Perez Chang trying to get around the Atlanta United defense. And I think they're going to give Perez Chang the whistle for that one. We'll go back to Atlanta United here with 20 minutes to go.
Yeah, a little too much wrestling. Trying to get around him. Medrano trying to change play. And Orlando's still keeping up that high line, John. It's just so compact in the middle. They haven't been able to nail any of the long balls over the top.
Miller to Royas. Jude had space, puts it into Segura. Segura looking for the hat trick, cuts it back to the edge of the 6, cleared away by Atlanta United. Ethan Graham.
Oh, good. Nicely done.
Was there with
Amir
Tanner
Henry.
Miller, and here comes Amir Henry and Atlanta United again, Jason Munoz.
Munoz looking for options. Let's put a little English on that ball. They will maintain possession. Kevin Medrano will find it.
Royas grabbing the back of the jersey, hands up into the air.
Fukuyasi's trying to get more involved there. Now he's tucking in a little bit on the weak side.
Trying to get around Quinones.
Lee goes over to the back post off the crossbar. Oh, my goodness. Atlanta can't buy one right now. Good tackle, trying to win it back. It was Ciprian who had slid in there. Tried to break up the counter, ends up taking an unfortunate bounce, and Orlando maintains possession. But Amir Henry coming very close to finding that first goal that Atlanta's U-16s need so desperately.
Tanner Miller, right-hand side.
Referee playing advantage after the hip check.
Hip check there. 1-1 is 2, coming back the other way.
Henry brings it down.
Ethan Graham, hand on hip. Now he's joined by Tanner Miller.
Miller has been all over the place for Orlando. An opportunity to shoot right to the hands of David Requena.
Jason Munoz, his first chance on target, right on. Requena had it marked the entire time, halfway through the 74th minute, 3-0 to Orlando City.
Atlanta's found a couple chances in the last few minutes, just cannot seem to figure out how to undo that lock, and now you got bodies coming back in. This ball is going to be caught by James Donaldson. Game opening up a bit more. Atlanta seeing if they can take advantage of it. Amir Henry down the left-hand side. Henry's going to pull it back. Scott Alvarez with him. Crossing that in. It's off the head. Alvarez tries to toss it up to himself, and will go out for an attacking throw for Atlanta.
Ethan Rodriguez trying to defend out, in, and around all of that activity. Let's take a peek at the tail end of that play.
Oh, it's the shot we saw earlier is just right on frame.
The Jason Munoz
Jason
opportunity.
Munoz, and this ball put into the box, and whistle is blown for a high boot. Just a calm down moment.
Yep. Late 75th minute here, Orlando City, 15 minutes away, plus any other added time away from a big win in the U-16s here at the Children's Healthcare of Atlanta training ground. Miller, Royas, and returned. Thanks for hanging out with us here all afternoon and all morning. U-18 started the day. U-16's now here with Atlanta United and Orlando City.
Jason Munoz trying to get out of jail. Does so nicely. Tristan Lee trying to pop that. See if Lee can win this foot race. Throws a little bit of a hip, and he's able to do that. Lee finally gets muscled out eventually.
Got around Quinones, couldn't get around Jacob Ramirez of Orlando City.
Well, he's doing what I asked, John, in that you needed to show something when you were down 3-0. And you got to show some fight and some lock-in mentally. Some days it's not going to beat your day, and it's got to be how you respond to those moments. And you're looking for responses from some of these kids and mental maturity. Amir Henry. Henry tries to cross that through. It's going to roll all the way through. And back the other side, Quinones will happily let Requena grab it. We got an injury. Fukuyasi, I believe, stretching out those legs. He might be feeling it.
Seung-Min Lee set to check in for Atlanta United at the first opportunity.
So Tristan Lee's going to shift back to left back.
And that'll be the day for Olufakayesi. The back line of Orlando City, it's been pretty stout all day long. Tanner Miller working his way into the offensive sets, not afraid to position himself very high up the right-hand side. Then your center backs, Edgar Rodriguez and Sean Johnson. Lucas Quinones up the left. And speak of Tanner Miller.
Tanner Miller has been everywhere. Good balance from Miller.
Cut back, shot, just missed. Perez Chang had the chance just inside the top of the 18, just missed it to the far post. James Donaldson has to track it down here late in the 78th. Take another look.
It's really good balance from Miller, who's got the legs all day long. He's been a menace down the right-hand side. Eliminates one man, plays that ball back through. Little cutback cross to the top of the 18. And Perez Chang is going to wish he had put that away.
Ethan Graham now. Chance was there for Segura, but you had Graham.
And now a foul for Orlando and a dangerous free kick opportunity.
So collision between Ethan Graham just outside the edge of the 18, and it looks like James Donaldson gets a yellow card.
It's a weird one where he just kind of keeps running and then runs into Atlanta's defender, and he wins the foul. He wins the free kick. James Donaldson comes over to ask how and why, and James Donaldson, against a referee who is clearly had enough today with all the fouls in this game.
All of the interrogatives from James Donaldson did not sit well, so
Nope.
it ends up with a yellow card.
So now they'll set the wall, and you heard one of the Atlanta United coaches telling him, set the wall. You can't worry in that moment about if the foul's done, whether it's you think it's the right call or the wrong call. You got to get the wall set and get ready for this with Quinones standing over it.
4 on the wall for Atlanta United from the 12 and in. Up and over the wall, and well done by Lucas Quinones. Fantastic placement. 4 on the board for Orlando City. Here halfway through the 80th minute, 10 to go. Now it's 4 on the board.
And Quinones just absolutely placed that. Could not have walked it up there any better if you gave him somebody in a green screen suit. Quinones gets it over the wall, puts it into the upper 90. He knows it's clean the second he hits it.
And it looks like Deshnik Nke is checking in. And that'll be the day for Jose Segura. So Segura, his day ends with a brace. Goals 1 and 3 for Orlando City. And Nke 70 in, 59 out for Orlando City here for the final 10 minutes.
Amir Henry pulls that down. Oh, and a save.
Change of direction after a deflection. Racania stuck with it.
You called it, John. Takes a little bit of a deflection there. Racania at this point trying to preserve that clean sheet with 10 to go.
Well up into the air, tracked down by the back line of Atlanta United. Lee into the middle. Possession center circle, turned around. Here comes Atlanta United. Tristan Lee gets around Royas. Tanner Miller committed. Tristan Lee once again now trying to get around Graham. Graham, both being very physical inside, give to Rodriguez. Rodriguez can't get it all the way out.
Henry trying, getting to the end line, tries to cut it across, crushed out by the Orlando defense. They've continued to be suffocating.
Sean Johnson with the clear this last time. Munoz thought about it, pulled it back, chipped it in. There's Johnson again, pushes it forward.
Well, he was looking for Alvarez. Alvarez had made the run going into the box expecting a different ball, and then when he pulled it back, he tried to just kind of clip it to him, but he wasn't there because he'd made the run.
Edge of the 18 looking far post, and the flick was close for Atlanta United.
The flag goes up for offside, doesn't make it any less frustrating.
Two more drifting in for Orlando City here in the 82nd minute. Landon Melliker, number 60. Ethan Kurpiewski, 58. And I think that's the day for Belgodre and for Jacob Ramirez. So that means that Tanner Miller will wear the captain's armband for the final 8+.
Foul given for Atlanta.
Foul by Jude Royes.
And we talked about you wanted to show something of maturation with these U-16s in a game where it hasn't gone your way. It hasn't been your day at all. You've been second to a lot of the loose balls, and you'd love to find something here. Amir Henry brings that down. No, nicely done. Poked in, and the flag goes up. Offside. Alvarez had gotten there, judged to have been offside. Right as we say, you'd love to leave here with something. So we take another look at it. Amir Henry, nice little touch. Just unable to make it all connect for the U-16s. It's turned over in the midfield.
It's like Perez Chang's called for the foul.
Perez Chang's going to get a. Oh no, that's.
Is it Royes that gets the?
I believe so, for kicking the ball away.
So Jude Royes gets the yellow. Early 85th minute here, 4-0 for Orlando City's U-16s.
And Cibrian slow to get up. That ankle is barking at him right now.
Royes tried to close on Tristan Lee. Getting around Tanner Miller.
Oh, got by one. He's got 5 around him right now. Amir Henry unable to get out of 5. They just suffocated him like a blanket on a fire. Now Orlando able to get out of trouble and get forward.
Perez Chang hits the brakes, gives to Jude Royes. Royes on the jog. He's got Tanner Miller to his right, and that's where he goes. Miller, Royes, Kurpiewski loses possession, held up into the breeze nicely, but it ends up heading back to Graham for Orlando City.
He's trying to chip that to Henry. Henry wasn't home.
Flip to the left-hand side, Quinones.
A little bit of pressure from Atlanta getting forward, but it wasn't unified all across the line. So now as the flag goes up.
Munoz, after checking both shoulders, finds Amir Henry in the corner.
Henry's been trying to make something happen. But lately it has been Amir Henry versus usually 2 or 3 at a time.
Royes and Graham this past time, and it looks like Munoz will be the one to take the corner. In swinger with the right. Late 87th minute.
Again, you'd love to leave here with something. Something positive you can build on. And Miller is down. The referee hasn't seen it yet. They're trying to tell him Miller's still down in the box.
Royes and Munoz having a coming together in front of the Atlanta United bench.
And now we're going to take a second here, and the referee's going to come have a conversation, I believe, with Miller.
Here the Orlando City coaches trying to set as high a line as possible at the edge of the 18. Munoz sends it in, headed down wide of the net at the far post. And in no hurry is David Ricania with a 4-0 lead, nor should he be.
Well, they tried to set that high line, dared Atlanta to drop it back there, and I thought Atlanta dropped it pretty well, just couldn't get a solid head on it. It's got some spin, it hangs in the air. I believe it was Jean-Baptiste who got on the end of it. It just didn't get a good header on it. Yeah, you can really see the wind now starting to play with the ball.
Yep, Mercania put it up into the air up to maybe the second floor, and you saw it just take off.
Yeah, it's just a guessing game as it comes down at that point.
Royas dispossesses Tristan Lee. "90 seconds plus any added time here with a 4-0 advantage for the visitors. Tanner Miller looking toward Royas, up and over him and Tristan Lee. Neither can track it down. It'll end up being a goal kick for Donaldson. Coming up on the 90th minute. Foot into football, and Rodriguez is there first. Sean Johnson's there second. Sends it into his own bench, not that he cares. Lee and Henry. Royas put up a shoulder, wins possession for Orlando City. He has Perez Chang, but he sends it into the middle. And getting away from the pressures, Landon Melliker. Miller, Royas, Henry.
Henry earns himself a throw in. Good fight from Henry. Lee throws that in.
Perez Chang tried to intercept, and you're going to get a foul on Perez Chang. It's a bit of a grab.
And Cibrion's still fighting. I wonder if that ankle's biting at him just a little bit still.
Yeah. Munoz, start, stop, get around Royas. Keeps possession for Atlanta United. Tristan Lee.
Lee leaves that ball a little bit short. Now you got to get back, and
Tanner Miller.
Don Lancaster
stood up.
Yep.
Munoz.
Munoz left that a little bit short. Trying to get up to Alvarez.
Rodriguez, Sean Johnson looking to get Deshnik Inke involved.
Yeah, 3 minutes of stoppage time.
Miller sending it long, looking for Melliker. Found Donaldson instead.
And Lancaster hands on knees.
Lee with a head of steam. Last touched by Quinones over on the far side in front of the fans. So it'll be 1 minute gone here in the 3.
Lee trying to win that, unable to do so, and now Atlanta's got to keep their shape.
Deshnik Inke had some help up in front of him, but two defenders are there to get it away from Melliker.
All those legs starting to get heavy for everybody.
That ball just hung up into the air. And you're going to get a foul on Orlando City.
Atlanta running out of chances. Put one to the back of the net and find something here. Out to Lee on the right-hand side. Lee driving in, getting closed down once again. Orlando just smothering. Up to the right-hand side, and the flag goes up.
Coming up on the final minute, once again, goals by Segura in the 22nd and 45 plus 2, combined with a Jacob Garcia goal in the 25th, made it 3-0 at the break. And then Lucas Quinones goes upper 90 over a 4-man wall for Orlando City's 4th in the 80th minute. From one end to the other, now Donaldson send it back where it came from. Enke tries to win possession. Does not. Last to touch it, so it's going to stick with Atlanta United.
Donaldson bouncing. He's trying to get this ball over across. They're trying to get something here with 15 seconds left.
Nicely done there by Ethan Graham to win possession back. Miller flips with Perez Chang. Perez Chang in the wind trying to spring Tanner Miller. Miller, edge of the 18, wants to cut it back to his left foot, pokes it forward. Perez Chang makes it 5. And that'll do it. Right at the end of the 3, Alberto Perez Chang puts it in the back of the net. So dominating performance by the U-16s. Let's take a peek at the last goal on the board for the visitors here from the Children's Healthcare of Atlanta training ground.
Well, you just stretched out in the back. You're getting forward, seeing if you can find something for it. You're not able to do so, and you get burned to end it. And it just kind of sums up the day for the U-16s. Just weren't up for it this morning, I guess, as we get into the early afternoon. It was a bright start in the first 15, 20 minutes, and those set pieces just kind of took the winds out of the sails. They just weren't able to put it together, and it's a really tough day for the 16s. There's stuff you can take away from it in terms of learning experiences, but you're going to have to compartmentalize it and try and get some development out of it and how you respond to this. You wanted to see some performances. I thought we saw some of those. Amir Henry was trying everything he could up top. Then on the left-hand side, thought Tristan Lee brought some fire to it as well. Kevin Medrano got stuck in on a couple of tackles, but you just wanted to see more, I think, fight in those last few minutes. But it's tough when you're down 4-0 and then 5-0 at the very dead end.
So a full day here with the U-18s and the U-16s here at ATLUTD.com/live. Thanks for hanging out with us for the morning, and enjoy the rest of your afternoon and evening on a full weekend of soccer here involving Atlanta United. For Jared Smith and our friends here at ASMG, brought to you by Children's Healthcare of Atlanta, it is Atlanta United Academy Soccer U-18s and U-16s here today. I'm John Nelson. Play it safe, everybody. Enjoy the rest of your weekend.